Hi, welcome everyone. Hope you can hear us.
Can you hear us? Hi, good morning. Uh, yeah, it's probably very early in the UK. Thank you so much for joining us today. So we're starting
Yes,
the
we should
second
start.
day
I think, the second day.
of this. Yeah, we're starting the second day of the Data Colonialism workshop. Thank you so much for being with us today. And I'll probably give over to Kerry because she's chairing the first panel. Over to Kerry.
Brilliant. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us all here. And no, I'm very excited for this panel where we're exploring ideas of Indigenous data sovereignty, power, and what it means to create technologies within specific communities and what they need. And so we have this really exciting group of people at the workshop today. And so I'm going to start off, I think, with Sebastian. So Sebastian Lojede is a lecturer in ethics, AI, and society at King's College London. Sebastian's research focuses on the governance of digital technologies from a global social justice perspective. His current project explores the connection between artificial intelligence and environmental justice. And for this project, he engaged with digital rights, environmental and indigenous groups mobilizing against a water-intensive data center and lithium extraction in Chile. So over to you.
To me? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Billy's just said that, Billy, you can't hear. Okay, I will sort that out. But yes, Sebastian, if you want to start, then I will flick Billy a message and ask about her sound.
I can see Billy.
Can everyone else hear? Then it's probably a problem at her end.
Can everyone else hear? Can everybody? Yeah.
So yeah, then it's Billy, there's probably some problem with your
Billy, are you
audio.
able to hear us?
Can you hear us, Billy?
I also have a problem. I'm not being able to share my screen for some reason. It says that I have to change to
Make him a co-host.
Zoom Workplace or something. I'll try again.
Make
I will
host.
make you
Ah, yeah, that's from my side.
okay.
Give me
Are you
3
good?
seconds.
Oh wait, I made you the host instead of the co-host. So
But that's okay. You
That's
can
okay.
share. Yeah.
You can share now.
Do you want to try now?
Yeah. Let me try again, but I think I have to give it permission because it's not the usual Zoom that I use. Yeah, no, give me. Yeah, I'll have to quit and reopen, so I'll be here again in 1 minute or less.
Okay, no problem.
Great, no worries.
All right.
Also, Peter Lucas, are you here? Yeah, sorry, you're coming up as Rafael Hernandez, so I'm not quite sure why.
That's not my name.
I was gonna say, I was like,
it's there.
yeah, so Rafael was speaking yesterday and he's wonderful, but you're also definitely not him. So I was like, oh, I wonder what's
That's all good.
happened. Yeah. But it's lovely to meet you.
I cannot change the same.
आप थोड़ा एक बार आ जाइए इनका नेम चेंज करना है
It's showing fine now. Yeah. He's done it himself, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, now Sebastian is Raphael.
Peter.
It's now.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Can you see my presentation? My slide? Okay.
Yes.
That's great. Sorry about that. Well, thank you for the invitation. I have not really been able to engage with other sessions because these are very busy days for me, but I'm happy to join this one and have a conversation about data colonialism. That's a topic that's been central in my research. So my previous project was on the governance of scientific data, astronomy data in Chile, where I tried to come up with a alternative framework to think about data governance. I proposed autonomy, a concept circulating in Latin America as an alternative to sovereignty and open data. And increasingly, my work has been turning to the environmental dimension of technology, and in this case, artificial intelligence. I have also written about data sovereignty in relation to digital sovereignty in relation to the decolonial option and so on. So very happy to be joining this very necessary conversation. Thank you for putting it together. Today, I'm going to be presenting about my research on data centers and lithium extraction. The title of my talk is An Elemental Ethics for Artificial Intelligence, Water as Resistance within the Value Chain of Artificial Intelligence, in this case. Let me set my timer so I can control it. Yeah. One thing that I want to say before we begin is that data centers are everywhere now, at least when it comes to the US press. This has become an increasingly covered issue. That's because a few months ago, there were two projects, one of them in Virginia and one of, I think, and the other one in Arizona, which are apparently quite dry places. And in both cases, these data centers are going to be using a lot of water. So the press became really interesting, and it's been really also for me interesting to see how these interests have made the research that I and other people have been doing for years more relevant, right? In my case, my research started back in 2022 when I was doing fieldwork in Santiago, the capital of Chile. My fieldwork was about digital rights, but at some point I heard about this group mobilizing against the data center, and I thought that it could be interesting to talk to them. So in the photo that you see on the screen, that's a protest that I attended for the World Water Day back in 2022. And I got invited by this group of data center activists, but also attending this protest, the World Water Day, prompt very interesting questions, which are the ones that I am going to be exploring today, such as what's the connection between technology and water? What conceptual frameworks, what kind of knowledges we have in order to discuss about the connection between infrastructure, value chain, water, but also air eventually, or fire, and so on. How can we conceptualize these connections? So today I'm going to introduce a little bit the connection between AI and the environment, and then elemental thinking. That's going to be like a more conceptual note. After that, I'm going to turn to the two case studies that I've been exploring. And after that, I'm going to outline what I am calling an elemental ethics. I think I don't have to talk about this too much because you're probably aware that the way we talk about AI is quite problematic. One of the reasons for that is because we tend to associate it with something immaterial, abstract. If you look at representations of AI, you'll see a lot of wireframes floating on something like a blue ether. That, of course, obscures a lot of the infrastructure and value chain required to make AI work in the first place. And in doing so, it also erases the human labor, the environmental footprint, and the money flows underpinning artificial intelligence. But as different researchers, activists, and other actors have been highlighting, AI really relies on a vast and complex infrastructure and value chain that crisscrosses the world. Some of these elements that are part of this infrastructure are data centers. Data centers are the buildings hosting the servers that process the data required to create and train AI systems, and also to operate artificial intelligence applications. Data centers are buildings usually, as I said, and it's a highly concentrated industry. So at the moment, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google concentrate around 66% of the market. You can see some figures and numbers on the screen, but basically data center use can equals to the amount of energy that countries such as Argentina, the Netherlands, or Sweden use in a year. So it's becoming another country, so to speak, in themselves. And also water, right? There are some estimations of water use, but these estimations are not completely accurate sometimes because there is not much information, because there is no agreement when it comes to methodology. So I usually do not talk too much about the global estimations of water use. You'll see more about the specific case that I looked at, but it's something that certainly we have to be concerning. And the case that I'm going to be presenting about data center activism is only one among many other ones that are emerging in different regions of the world. So basically, more and more communities are starting to react to the construction of data centers. Another important aspect of the value chain of artificial intelligence concerns mining. There are so many issues when it comes to mining. Of course, first, it's a very extractive industry that usually is focused on extraction, not on industry, for example. So it really creates a situation of dependency where, countries have to countries sell these minerals and then have to buy them again with a lot of extra cost in the form of mobile phones and so on. But also there are issues of such as, for example, illegal gold extraction in indigenous lands in Brazil, child exploitation, and the financing of armed conflicts in the case of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The extraction and transport is quite environmental harmful as well. And in the case of rare earth minerals, which are minerals that are difficult to find in different places, their extraction requires a lot of energy as well, and also can release pollutants like ammonium, acidic water, and so on. There are, of course, other dimensions involved in this infrastructure and value chain that I'm not going to be talking too much today. One of them concerns e-waste, for example, or semiconductors, data works, right? The training of data algorithms in different countries. But those, I'm not going to be talking about those specifically today. And one problem when it comes to this whole value chain is that we do not know too much, right? Corporations are extremely opaque when it comes to the resourcing of their resources. Sometimes they don't even know where they're obtaining minerals from, for example, in some cases. So it's a very kind of opaque area, I would say. And also there are methodological discrepancies, especially when it comes to the assessment of the environmental cost of artificial intelligence and its value chain. There are also, I would say, three group of discussions that I find a bit limited when it comes to artificial intelligence. So one of them concerns AI ethics, but as different scholars have highlighted, usually conversations about AI ethics revolve around issues of, for example, bias or discrimination or privacy, which are, of course, extremely important, but do not represent the vast amount of ethical issues that underpin artificial intelligence. Another conversation as well revolves around sustainable AI. However, this concept is pretty much focused, or work on this area is pretty much focused on creating AI applications that can help tackle the climate crisis, but there is not much discussion about the environmental impact of the value chain and infrastructure of AI itself. This is increasingly changing, I would say. There is more awareness, as I showed at the beginning, especially when it comes to data centers. There is more awareness over the environmental impacts of artificial intelligence, yet still many AI for good groups, for example, focus a lot on the environment without really discussing the infrastructure and value chain of AI. And finally, I think this after the closure of the center of Nick Bostrom in Oxford, maybe this concept is going to be decreasing a little bit in importance, but some people have been talking about AI extinction, or the idea that basically robots are going to take over society at some point and become more important than humans through in different means, this singularity moment, as some people call it. And this discussion, which is pretty much some kind of revolving around the idea of AI extinction, has become quite important or influential in academia and policymaking. You can see people at the level of the European Union, for example, talking about extinction and artificial intelligence and so on. So in my presentation, I'm going to be contrasting this concern with extinction with the one of some people in the field. I'm going to skip this because I don't have much time. But basically, the questions that I'm going to be exploring today are: what are the needs and visions of the groups participating within the value chain of AI? And how can those needs and visions inspire a bottom-up environmental ethics for AI? This question comes from the realization that even though there are increasingly an increasing group of people looking at the environmental impact of AI from both natural computer sciences, but also the social sciences, I think we still don't really know much about the lived experience of those groups and how their visions and needs can inspire an alternative approach to artificial intelligence. One of my inspirations, again, I'm not gonna talk about this too much, has been elemental thought, which is basically a strand within environmental philosophy that look at how we humans relate to the elements that make up the world, basically water, fire, the air, plants, and so on. Some people, especially Macaulay, I think he has highlighted how thinking about the elements can help us bring the environment or nature into our everyday life, because basically nature and environment are two big concepts in order to generate, for example, action. It's too broad, right? Whereas the elements are quotidian, concrete, and can foster practical environmental impact. Some people refer the elements to the Western idea that emerged even in Greek philosophy, and then in the natural sciences with the periodic table of the elements. But elemental thinking is way broader than that, right? We know that a lot of civilizations and cultures have a special relationship with the elements. So that's what I mean when it comes to elemental thought. Actually, we have to rescue the elemental thought from the capture by sciences and think elements in different ways. So as I said, I'm going to be looking at two case studies. One of them concerns a Google data center project in Cerrillos, the capital in Santiago, the capital of Chile. And the other one concerns lithium extraction in the Licanantay indigenous territory in the Atacama Desert. There is a map in case you want to be clearer about where exactly these case studies are coming from. I was born and grew up in Chile, so I've been doing research in that country for a while already. My methods, I conducted in-depth group and individual interviews, but also use participatory methods. As you can see the photo on the left, which is a workshop that we organized with data center activists and neighbors from this area. And this was, I collected this data between March and April 2022. So the first group, the first case study is the data center in Cerrillos. So this project was announced back in 2019. It had the support of the government, as you can see on the top right side of the screen. That's one of the people there is the president, for example, at that time. And the problem is that at some point, some neighbors managed to obtain the downloaded from the web, the environmental report issued by Google for this data center, and they realized that it was going to use 169 liters of water per second in an area facing drought. So that amount of water, one day of operation of this data center would equal to the same amount of water used by the whole Cerrillos community in 1 year. So of course they got quite alarmed and they wanted to raise awareness over this issue. So they created Mosacat, which is a group, an activist group, and one of their challenges is that they had to convince their neighbors, because initially most of the people in the community saw the construction of this data center as an opportunity for development, progress, and so on. So it was quite difficult for them to convince their neighbors. However, there was a local referendum in which the option against the data center won in December 2019. And since then, there have not been too much news about the project. So this referendum was non-binding. So it was not mandatory for Google to stop the project. But at the moment, Google is still facing some challenges in environmental courts in Chile. And what is interesting is that also there have been protests in Uruguay, a neighbor, not literally neighbor, but a very close country, concerning another Google data center project. I'm running out of time. I have only 1 minute, but maybe I can show you this specific graphic developed by these activists, where you can see schools, the schools eye sockets transformed into the O's of Google, basically combining the idea of toxicity, how toxic this project was. You can see a water woman emanating from waves of water from below the picture. And as activists told me, this was something that they did on purpose in order to also incorporate some feminist groups operating in the area as well. And basically, you can see that the main concept that they're using here, so it says no to the data center on the top in this kind of stripe, and then it says liberar el agua in Spanish, which means free the water. So basically for them, the problem here is not one of ownership or data access, but rather one of the agency of water, right? So the problem is that water itself is not being allowed to be free. So that puts that into, I think, very clearly into the idea of elemental thinking. The second case concerned lithium activism in the Atacama Desert. Lithium is used for building rechargeable batteries, so the connection here with AI is a bit more indirect. However, many crucial devices for the success of AI, such as mobile devices or smart speakers, like Alexa, for example, rely on lithium in order to operate. Chile right now is the second largest producer of lithium, and this extraction is extremely water intensive. That's because it's done through the pumping of brine pools that are underground. So these pools are ponds are pumped to the surface and then left to evaporate. So mining operates through collecting the lithium that's left on the surface, and that's an extremely environmentally costly process that is already generating an ecological harm in terms of flora, fauna. Also, some extremophiles, microbes are being affected in the area that are key for the desert. But also another important aspect is that it threatens the Licanantay way of life, right? For these indigenous people, water is sacred. It's a sacred element. They have managed to thrive from ancestral times because of this special relationship to water in a very, very dry area, of course. And maybe I can show you one quote by an indigenous leader back 2019 at the COP meeting. So this indigenous leader said, "We are leaving people without water. We're taking the water to the lithium operations to be able to have these electronic devices that we all enjoy nowadays. We will go to great lengths to show that our people today are close to extinction due to mining." So it's interesting that these activists brought up the concept of extinction back in 2019, because before the AI extinction notion will become popular more recently, right? And that, of course, prompts very interesting questions, such as whose extinction come to matter in discussion about AI and digital technologies. So just to wrap up, just to mention a few elements of a few aspects of what I've been terming element ethics for AI. This is a concept I've been developing in order to inspire a different way of thinking about design, governance, and development of AI. Basically, how to elements speak to how AI value chain and infrastructure come to matter at the community level, both in terms of the everyday life or in terms of ancestral worlds. Sometimes other concerns related to AI, such as privacy, are more difficult to grasp. The elements are concrete, are quotidian. And these this is an ethic of resistance, of course, because it's being developed in order to mobilize communities. So you mobilize the elements in order to mobilize communities. Something important is that these communities are not against AI. However, I think if you hear what they're trying to say, you can say that no ethical or sustainable AI can be built without attentiveness to the elemental relations taking place within the value chain. And yeah, I think this also brings up interesting questions about AI design literacy, right? What we consider in AI literacy programs, like in my opinion, is not only about understanding how machine learning works, for example, but also how AI holds specific relationships to the elements, how it can become extractive, for example, and what are the elemental relations within the value chain that are being potentially sacrificed. So I'm not gonna talk too much about this, but that's been all my presentation. Sorry that I spoke for more than 15 minutes, but thank you so much.
Amazing, thank you. That was really, really fascinating, and I'm very excited to hear how your research intersects with other folks here and to hear everyone's questions at the end. For those of you who are attending this workshop for the first time, I will do presentations first and then take all questions at the end. So definitely be thinking of your questions, dropping them in the chat if you want. But yes, we'll definitely have a good time for Q&A at the end of this session. And so our second speaker, I'm very delighted to share, is Peter Lucas Jones. So Peter Lucas Jones is the Chief Executive Officer of Te Hiku Media, an iwi media organisation owned by the 5 iwi of the far north of New Zealand. He is also chairman of Te Whakaduduho o Ngā Reo Irirangi Māori, the National Iwi Radio Network, and deputy chair of Whakaata Māori Māori Television. As a kaitiaki or guardian of iwi radio data, Peter Lucas oversees the safeguarding of data while driving the advancement of Te Reo Māori natural language processing tools. And so we're really, really thrilled to have you with us today.
Kia ora, Kiri, thank you. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge Sebastian's presentation. I found it very informative. I'm just going to share my screen. Oh, how might. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Papai. So my presentation today is about protecting our future, and I want to talk about people, place, and identity. To start off, I want to just take a moment to reflect on the organization's whakapapa, and our whakapapa includes that we are associated to the 5 tribes of Te Hiku o Te Ika. Those are Ngāti Kuri, Te Aupauri, Ngai Takoto, Te Rarawa, and Ngāti Kahu. Our organization was formed in 1999, so we're over 30 years old, and we have been conducting our tribal broadcasting programs for at least that long. Before that, we were corpus gathering data about all aspects of the elements actually that were referred to by Sebastian, and these were conducted by native speakers of our language. I'm a member of 3 of those tribes that are listed above there, and those are the indigenous peoples of the far north of Aotearoa, New Zealand. For those of you that are not aware of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, I think it's important to just set out that Te Tiriti o Waitangi is the founding document of Aotearoa, New Zealand, and it was signed on the 6th of February 1840. The purpose of the treaty was to protect the rights and property and interests of the indigenous people of Aotearoa, to keep peace and order and establish a government here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. But sadly, what followed directly after the signing of the treaty was land alienation. Our language was literally beaten out of the people that are the members of those various iwi whose chiefs signed the treaty. What we saw was cultural decline and the marginalization of Maori people in their own country. And so I think it's important for us to reflect on the establishment of the Waitangi Tribunal. There was what's called Y11, which is the Te Reo Māori claim, and that was really born out of the need to recognize Te Reo Māori as a taonga officially. And so the Privy Council case that was in response to the sale of state-owned broadcasting assets, it had a huge and significant impact on Māori language in broadcasting. And so I just want to mention that because that gives rise to the work and context that we operate in, and recognizing and protecting Indigenous interest in radio frequencies. And so the purpose of iwi Radio is to promote te reo Māori and enable Māori people to tell their stories and broadcast Māori music, and to set aside a space for that to occur, for development to occur. And iwi stations function as a collective, but they also have their own mana motuhake or their own self-determination. And so moving on from that, there were other claims that saw and gave rise to conversations and negotiations about 3G, 4G, 5G. You can learn more about that at Te Huarahi Tika Trust, which is a website there that I've just put on the slide. But I think it's important to recognize that for a long time, we were storing our data in analog ways, in ways that might have been on VHS tapes, long form audio, on cassette tapes, on reel-to-reel types scenarios. I mean, we can go back further and think about the wax cylinders, but essentially we've experienced a digital switchover. And as part of that switchover and part of the development of technologies, we too have had to take into account the way that we can and cannot govern our data. How do we store our data now? How do we govern access to our data, and how do we protect it? Because data is land. Data is land. And when we look at Y262 and the flora and fauna claim of the Māori people, which is a pan-tribal claim, it gives rise to moments of really intense reflection of what has happened to our intellectual property in the past. Now, I used the word whakapapa earlier. Now, whakapapa means genealogy. It means so much. It means origins. But when we think about whakapapa, it's also about the future. So we take a moment to reflect on the content of these claims, because they help us focus our energies, but also reflect on where we have come from. And so I made mention of cassette tapes. Now, we have spent time interviewing our people about any manner of topic. And many of these things have very real relevance in terms of climate resilience today. And I take a moment to reflect on that, because we're talking about deforestation. We're talking about fresh water as an entity. We're talking about mountains as personified entities. We're talking about the elements and our relationship to them. And I think it's important to mention that when we think about the content that has been gathered, the corpus that has been gathered. We then developed our own platforms because we didn't want to store our data in YouTube. We didn't want to store our data in Facebook platforms. We wanted to create our own platforms. We don't want to share our content and give the sovereignty or future decision-making about the content of our data to people that have no relationship to it. So that gave rise to the development of that. We also spend a lot of time talking to our elders and filming that, taking into account that expressions have mana. The facial expressions of our people tell our emotions. The way we use our hands tells a story. The words of preference of particular tribal groups, the grammatical structures, and how one word can mean many, many different things depending on the context in which it was used. And what we found was that we could not work through transcribing that information fast enough. So we decided to teach computers how to speak Māori. Why? To speed up the revitalization efforts, to speed up the preservation efforts, and to promote te reo Māori in a way that could support intergenerational transmission in a digital sense. We also wanted to create tech opportunities for Indigenous people in our own country and in our own region of the Pacific. So it was very much about us needing this technology. And what I'm talking about is speech to text technology. What I'm talking about is text to speech technology, synthetic voices also. How? Well, how we did that was by taking advantage of open source tools and the passionate community that we came from. And so we developed a reading competition where people could read te reo Māori and help us to tag and label characters, sounds, words, sentences. And when we did this, we developed a kaitiakitanga license or a data license where people opted in from the beginning. And I want to say that, opting in, because when they come to the whare, there are the rules of engagement that are set out, our relationship to all parts of the whare, and the fact that we were dealing with kōrero, and the kōrero was kōrero tukuiho, traditional stories that had relevance not just in the past and the present, but in the future. And so over 10 days, we gathered 316 hours of tagged and labeled Māori language data, which at the time was huge. We've got many, many, many more hundreds of hours of tagged and labeled data now. But what I want to bring to our attention is about when you understand your community and Indigenous-led, non-academic, community-led projects provide a platform for a different type of development to occur. We wanted to take into account the intergenerational transmission of sound. And how do we restore native sound? Taking into account the impact that colonization has had on the sound of our language, recognizing the influence of English on pronunciation of te reo Māori, and speaking native sound into our future. And so we developed a platform to listen to utterances and to mark up what those sounds sounded like to native speakers. Now, when we hear mispronunciation, is it right or is it wrong? If someone is able to convey the message that they intend to convey intelligently, in some sense, that they have certainly achieved that. But when we think about what our language sounded like before the influence of the colonizers' language, that takes a moment for us to reflect on what is the threshold, what is the benchmark that we are looking for when we talk about restoring native sound. And so guardianship of this data became a huge and important thing. Why? Because everyone was asking us, who owns this data? And from the Western mindset and from the very commercialized and economic mindset, that makes a lot of sense. But that was the wrong question from our point of view, because Western ownership versus Indigenous guardianship gives rise to two different types of conversation. And our communities trust us to do the right thing. And that trust has been built over more than 30 years of doing the right thing. And it only takes doing the wrong thing once to really put that trust in jeopardy. So how might we license data and tech? By maintaining sovereignty, through creating opportunities for Indigenous people to work in our fields. Because if we don't employ our own people, who is going to employ them? We wanted to look at how we can develop affirmative action in terms of our recruitment of people into our project, promoting language and culture from a Māori worldview, but recognizing our shared interest and shared genealogy with other peoples of the Pacific. Because if we give big tech access to our data, would they not sell our language back to us as a service? The very people that beat it out of the mouths of our grandparents and parents. So we think there's a possibility for a better future for AI. And rather than big tech gobbling up all our data and selling services back to us, how do we empower our communities to develop their own technologies? Now, our kaitiakitanga license or our data license is very much based on a set of principles that are Māori values and Māori principles. And the focus is on building Māori capability, ensuring accountability. And we are a charity, so we want to ensure any products that we do develop can at least wipe their own face so that we can provide a continued benefit back to the community that we serve. And again, maintaining the sovereignty of that data. We want to prohibit the use of our APIs for surveillance of our people. We want to prohibit the use of our APIs for discrimination, for persecution of our people. We're mindful that we're as Māori people, we are only 15 to 17% of the population, yet Māori men are more than 50% of those that are incarcerated. Māori women are one of the most incarcerated Indigenous women in the world, more than our men. So, I mean, we think about affirmative action and we think about how we balance our approach to making a positive impact on our families. So we're looking at soft models. We're looking at this in terms of our automatic speech recognition and the need to speed up the transcription of our archival data. And so we've developed several language technology tools to promote and preserve the Māori language through media and data science. This is one of them, Kaituhi, which is our automatic bilingual transcription. And we're looking at how we can access our traditional Māori knowledge to enable community-led climate resilience solutions. When we think about our elders and the ancestral knowledge that is contained within our collections, we start to consider how we will create language data sets essential for training AI and machine learning models. And these are relevant to other Pacific languages, especially Polynesian languages. So when we think about how we tag and label data, we're looking at idiomatic expressions, we're looking at colloquialisms, we're looking at concepts and ideas, taking into account that a language is the carrier of the culture. Language is the key to the mātauranga Māori. Language is the home of ideological thought and philosophical worldview. And so when we tag and label data, for example, here, we can tag and label words, we can tag and label expressions. And we have also developed a what we call Te Whare Kōrero. Te Whare Kōrero is the online access point for the 21 iwi radio stations, which we are one. Our most recent addition to this platform has been 531 PI, which is a Pacific Island community radio station here in New Zealand. And so I just want to mention that collectively Pacific languages, and especially those languages that we are most closely related to, are key to connecting communities through media and crucial to ensure Indigenous Pacific perspectives are heard and valued in the development of climate resilience policy and strategies, including media strategies. Now, natural language processing tools combined with Indigenous knowledge and scientific data create a comprehensive understanding of climate change impacts in the Pacific. And I just wanted to make mention of that because those are the ideas that sit behind our work. We've also developed this Māori pronunciation app, taking into account language trauma. Those of our people that have had the language beaten out of them, and as a result of colonization, are often made to feel less than for not speaking the language, are made to feel inadequate, or feel judged when they do make an effort. And for non-Maori people, they don't have to feel those feelings, and feelings have an impact on our ability to learn and then of course communicate. So that is the thinking behind our Māori language pronunciation model that sits behind our Māori language pronunciation app. People respond to a command. They won't see any writing, because what we do is get people to listen and then speak. And then if they get it correct, we recognize and acknowledge that, or we start to give them feedback, which signals for them to make that utterance again, to mimic that, that sentence that they heard. Look, I'm looking at the time and I think I may be going over time, so I'm just going to skip to the end. Papareo is the name of our data science project, and our APIs, you can learn more about them at papareo.io. But what we have is a new vision of artificial intelligence for our people. And the reason that we have that is because, well, Indigenous media in the Pacific, it plays a critical role in enabling grassroots community voices to raise awareness about their profound Indigenous knowledge related to their environment through their relationships with the land, the ocean, over hundreds and often thousands of years. And so when we think about AI, it's as a tool to support the voices of our people. And Pacific media content creators and corpus gatherers are essential to engaging the traditional knowledge holders and developing community trust with those who have centuries-old knowledge and expertise in adapting to and living with the natural world. And that is crucial in developing effective climate resilience and adaptation solutions for our homes and our oceans. And I just want to close by saying, every time we speak our language, we resist. Kia kōrero mātou i te reo Māori, e he karotera. He karotera ki te ao e hihi ana ki te pehi i a mātou. So every time we speak our Indigenous language, it is a form of resistance. And I encourage us all to speak our Pacific languages. Kia ora mai anō tātou. Thank you for having me.
Wow, thank you so much. That was absolutely brilliant. And you've already got a comment from Sebastian in the chat, who has, said so interesting how you're shifting how data work can be done, not exploitative, alienated, and extractive, but meaningful and relevant for the context and the community. And so I'm really excited for you two to be also in conversation in the Q&A as well. There were such interesting synergies coming up between your work. And now for our final speaker, we have, forgive me if I'm wrong, I can see Alan and Billy, who I think are representing a larger collective of authors. Hi, Alan. And so I will just read bios, I guess, for Billy and for Alan. Is that correct, Ellen? So the two of you are representing.
That's right.
Perfect, great. Just double checking that no one is sort of, trapped in a Zoom waiting room somewhere, or the various other things that tend to happen at online conferences. So I'll start with Billy. So Billy Lithberg is a member of the Critical Māori Pacific Organization Studies disciplinary area. She works at the junction of business studies, anthropology, and history, with a strong focus on Aotearoa and the Pacific and Indigenous research paradigms. And she's currently investigator on 3 Royal Society of New Zealand Marsden projects: Vamoana, Space and Relationality in Pacific Thought, and Artifacts of Relations. Alan Blackwell is a professor of interdisciplinary design at the University of Cambridge. Alan studies how to make meaningful technology through creative practice, critical engagement, and new kinds of representation. He is co-director of Cambridge Global Challenges and a fellow of Darwin College. So over to you both. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. You're on mute, Alan.
Alan, you're muted.
Great. Billy, do you want to check you can share your screen since
Yes,
you have the
let's
slides?
do that.
Very good.
Okay.
So I will start off and then Billy will continue. I feel that I must apologize for the generational shame I have as a Pakeha New Zealander, that exactly as we've just heard from Peter, people of my generation are not able to speak Māori fluently and often feel ashamed as a result. So I will not be greeting you in Māori, but I will set out to explain what we aim to do. So we are indeed in this work wanting to challenge the ways of talking and the kinds of conduct that we think make data colonialism possible. So this means coming from a critical perspective outside of the Western discourse, that we might ask why words like data or law or investment or intellectual property, these words are so familiar in the place I work and in all Western universities and businesses, that it's hard to remember that data, law, investment, intellectual property, these aren't natural kinds of things that have existed for all time and for all people in the world. These words are the constructs and also the components of colonial capitalism. If we submit to them, as I think Peter has just explained really so clearly from the Māori perspective, if we define our own human experiences and our families and the places we come from as being data or as being maps or as being tweets or even as being archival publications in scholarly journals, we turn our physical experience and places into immaterial things. They're things that aren't from anywhere. They're not in any body. They become extractable, they become transferable, they become commodities. So the use of these words is really the essence of the practice of colonial capitalism. So data colonialism, which is the theme of these dialogues, is a facet of that knowledge infrastructure. Artificial intelligence is another. But these things, data colonialism, artificial intelligence, only become possible through a kind of legal fiction. It's a fiction that turns human experience and the physical world that we inhabit into a new kind of terra nullius. So our bodies and the places we live are not recognized as people and places, but they're described and then captured as abstract objects of computation. So those are the questions that we ask in our work. But by doing so, of course, I can see that we've cut the ground from under ourselves, because here we all are. We've made arrangements by email. We've been sending data around the world as if we were having a conversation. We've been sending images of ourselves by Zoom. We're speaking to people today that we have never met. We may never meet. We're certainly not sharing breath together as in the traditional Māori greeting of hongi. So we might think of ourselves as real bodies being in real places, but in what we're doing right now, we've become data points in the knowledge infrastructure of global business and of the colonial university system and academy. So in the rest of this presentation, Billy and I will be describing what we've attempted to do instead, working with our colleagues in Aotearoa New Zealand and colleagues from the Pacific Ocean. We're trying to understand this world of AI and data colonialism in ways that are more appropriate to our Pakeha identity and our heritage, and asking if there might be worlds and ways of being outside the roles that we've adopted within this knowledge infrastructure. So that's our goal today. I'll hand over from Billy, but what I might have done was to introduce myself. I said very briefly at the start that I am from New Zealand. I'm speaking to you from Cambridge, where I'm a professor of computer science. I was originally an engineer in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I worked for the country's first software house, and then I carried out research at a New Zealand university that led me to become the country's first AI engineer. And at that point, I had to leave New Zealand because an experience that's familiar to so many people from colonized lands, I had turned myself into something that was not needed in my home country. And I could only survive and work as an artificial intelligence engineer by coming back to the privileged corporate and university systems that had created those kinds of knowledge. So for me, this project is an opportunity to return to Aotearoa, to my home country, to my Pākehā heritage. And it's a privilege to work with Billy and our colleagues Albert and Rachel and others in that enterprise. I'll hand over to you, Billy.
Kia ora, Alan. Kia ora koutou. I'm coming to you from Onekiritea, which is next to the sparkling waters of the Waitemata, the harbour in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland. And I bring with me the very best wishes of our colleagues Rachel Maunganui Wolfgram and Lea Le'ifano Albert Refiti, neither of whom could be with us this evening. They do send their apologies. What I want to do, we obviously not to disregard a sense of marginalization, but just to immediately start by asking us about the title of this session and pose that question, data from whose margins? I've got a couple of images there for you. One is the Spillhouse projection from 1942, which centers the ocean as opposed to the land masses. And the second one there is of Te Pito o Te Henua in what is known as Easter Island, Rapa Nui. So that's the navel of the world. And I'm doing this so that we can recenter ourselves in the great Moana Nui a Kiwa, where Aotearoa is, the Pacific Ocean. And immediately begin to perhaps wrestle with a few of the preconceptions we may have and start to shift some of our perspectives. So this first slide, we've got at the top, the title of a paper that Albert, Rachel, Alan and I have worked on together with quite a host of people, in fact. I want to mention immediately that we have probably about 25 contributors to the knowledge base that is informing that paper, and they're all acknowledged within the paper. And this is a very deliberate step of ours, that nothing is data that can be extracted away from the people that we're working with. So everybody is named, and I think that's might be a slightly unusual practice, but it's one that we're all very comfortable with. So you can see here we're arguing against taking data colonialism as a definitional account of Māori and Pacifica thinking on AI. Instead, we're thinking about the possibilities of making relations, reimagining, recrafting, and even remembering AI in and for Oceania, Moana Oceania. And we were doing this through, sorry, my dog is scratching at my door. I'm really distracted. We used 2 wānanga at the University of Auckland, and they were convened by Rachel Wolfgram, and also a talanoa convened by the Vāmoana Pacific Spaces Research Cluster, of which I'm an affiliated researcher, and that's run by Albert Refiti. So wānanga and talanoa, there'll be people listening who don't have any idea what these are, but they're ways of coming together, convening, to talk, to share knowledge, to have knowledge sort of imputed into oneself. Their particular protocols, they draw time and space into particular constellations, and they do that very deliberately, and we're going to tell you or share with you a couple of the ways that that actually happens. It's really important to acknowledge that ancestors are brought into wānanga and brought into talanoa as well. So people in these spaces are their living faces. And the aim is to facilitate free-flowing, respectful, critical conversations. One of these wānanga was convened at Pokapua, and I'm going to head to that next. Another wānanga was actually held in the University of Auckland's Business School. They were quite different, really different conversations. We're going to focus on the one at Pokapua because we've got quite an interest in what the po actually is and what it made possible in terms of the types of conversations that could be had. And likewise, the talanoa, what were the material objects that were convening that session with and for us, and what did they also make possible? So the end note there, highlighted in yellow, is that in these conversations, where we got to is that there are no extra or even artificial beings, only those yet to be related to, opening the possibility for AI as, in the words of one of our participants, a concept we're already familiar with in a really ancient way. That quote is anonymized there because I'm not quite sure who's on the webinar with us, but in our papers, they're all attributed. So I might hand over to you, Alan, to talk a little bit about what we can see, what you're doing here. Just set the scene. This is Pokapua. It's an extraordinary carved po, totem, post. It has Māori, atua, and ancestors. It also has Cree, Aboriginal, and Kanak contributions there. And you can see that it's flanked by moai from Rapa Nui, from Easter Island, that were carved by specialist tohunga from there. So over to you, Alan. Oh, and also just a little nod, that's Rachel at the top of the slide. So she's here with us.
Thank you. So this was an extraordinary experience. So this is one of the wānanga, and I engaged in this while carrying out my research into perspectives of AI from around the world. I was on my way to Africa, but I spent time working here with Rachel, Billy, and Albert. And Rachel said to me, well, you can come and work in our university. That's me in a high visibility vest, quite high up, painting doing some restoration work on the po. And this is a scene that is pretty recognizable to New Zealanders, I suppose, that I'm engaged in some community making. It's a very strange perspective from a Cambridge professor point of view. I can't imagine any situation where a Cambridge professor would ever climb up on scaffolding, put a paintbrush in their hand, and claim to be doing intellectual academic work while up here in the air, painting these representations of ancestral objects. But of course, the po is itself a knowledge technology. I mean, it encodes all kinds of knowledge, very rich, extremely nuanced, and it is undoubtedly a technology. It's a made technology just as much as the computers that I make and construct when I do my work in Cambridge. So while I spent time working with Rachel and colleagues who are, of course, they're makers of knowledge, but they're holding chisels and chainsaws even and paintbrushes. So in speaking to them, of course, I was asking, tell me the methodologies. What are the ways of knowing? How do I approach the understanding of AI working in the way that you're working here? And they asked me just questions that are so obvious to any Maori person. They say, oh, well, you ask us about this thing AI that we don't know much about, but to start with, what's its whakapapa? What are its ancestors? Where does it come from? It's such a natural question for Maori, and such a strange question to a European who considers knowledge to be constructed and ahistorical and search towards objective truth. All those things that Europeans struggle with in themselves as they deal with postmodernism and so on. For Maori people who had not even entered those intellectual traps, it was just so liberating to immediately say, oh, well, that is exactly the right question. When I'm in this place doing these things with these people, of course, asking about what are the whakapapa of AI, what are its atua, who are the guardians of AI. So this is really a comment about methodology and experience. Billy will say a little bit more at the end about what we have learned through these alternative ways of working.
Okay, I'll take you to the Dalanoa now. And in this slide, you can see at the top how it looked for us in the room. If you can imagine that panorama is actually us sitting in a circle. We had 18 participants. We were in a gallery on AUT's campus, floor strewn with mats, with cushions to sit upon. We had a couple of seats for some of the respected elders who joined us. And you can see we've got a kava bowl there at the right-hand side. And there are also coconut shell cups of kava being passed around. The gentleman at the bottom is Lea Li'ifano Albert Refiti, who convened this session for us. You can see that there is a whale building next to him, Samoan whale. This is actually the Whale Pacifica that is on my university's campus. And the beautiful colourful diagram is Lea Li'ifano's diagram of the way that we sat, the way that he arranged us in the gallery space for that Talanoa, very specifically according to who we are, the ancestral connections that we have, and also delineated by the idea of a virtual whale. Okay, so each of us was sitting in accordance with a post in a whale. So we actually are sitting in a virtual whale within that gallery space. So there are material objects there, crafted objects, and there's also this idea of this virtual crafted space that's actually bringing us together and delineating how we will speak, who will speak first, and those sorts of things. It's a really, really beautiful convening. It was a whai kava, so we're drinking kava, which is an interesting drink. It's different impacts on different people, but one of the key things for engaging in a kava ceremony is understanding that it is about bringing mana into the space as well and into your bodies. So this is a really, really embodied experience that we participated in. Went for a couple of hours. And these are some of the key themes that we pulled out. So in our paper, we pose questions. We don't really try to answer them necessarily, but we're just trying to say, how can we think about things a little bit differently? So number one, if AI presumes to be a universal language, who speaks that language? Lots of questions came up that we were able to boil down to that specific theme. Under that, does it have a culture? If it does, then it's not a thing of the future, but a thing that we might make from our past. And a question about whether we could put Māori or Pacific knowledge into a Western vessel like AI, into our waka, or is there a need to make our own, our being our Māori and Pacific participants? And I think probably, Peter, you've answered that really nicely for us already. Number two, how must we observe the spaces and potential dangers of creation? So thinking back to the wānanga at Pokapua and those questions about the whakapapa of AI, the same sorts of questions came up in the Talanoa. Who are the atua, or the gods or ancestors from which AI emanates? How do we think about that? How do we think about the space that it's coming from? How do we be wary of the danger of these places that can also be the places of great creativity? Number three, when did taonga become property? Peter, you've already covered that really nicely as well. And this idea that it's very disturbing when algorithms presume to harvest taonga. What precautions have to be taken when ancestors and strong atua are on disk drives or on screens? So these are ideas that have been around for quite a while, and the obviously different institutions, particularly in Aotearoa, have taken great care to try to look after spaces when atua, tipuna, taonga are able to be present on screens. Number 4, if real knowledge is grounded in reality, where is AI grounded? How could it not be part of our reality? What substance is it composed of? What energy does it have? And what is lost when relations with the world are mediated by machines? Number 5, can an AI carry meaning if its data comes from nobody? How do we create a relationship with an AI? We would want to appropriate it, not be assimilated by it. Whoops, and number 6. The ideal of Indigenous futurism is about imagining a technological society that is not colonized. Otherwise, we ask, white people took our land, so what are they taking now? It is too common to speak of the West and the rest without asking who the people of the rest are. How many technology projects just stop when products are good enough for white people? And just to finish us off, we have a couple of quotes. One of them from Leali'i Whānau that emerged from the Talanoa, and the second from a really fabulous volume about crafting Aotearoa. So that first one, there are so many things in the world that we don't have control over: the spiritual world, the world of the ancestors, the things that return without even our mediation. But that is within a context of living a very ritual life. We have songs, we have ceremonies that pertain to having to mediate those things that we have no control of. And we always ascribe to them ideas of the return of the ancestors or things in the world that belong to the ancestors. Now, with something like a being that has no recourse to these things, but has a self-governing system, I don't know if that is bad or good. In a sense, we almost have to create a new va relation with this other being. And in evoking va, Leali'i Whānau is evoking a space that connects people and entities, and that really has to be looked after very carefully. Second quote, the first and most important lesson of celestial navigation is that you must always know where your island is. In other words, to know where you are going, you have to know where you have come from. And that, I think, we all decided we really liked, didn't we, Ellen? Because it had that sense of thinking very carefully about AI, thinking about where, in fact, it may come from as well for Māori and Pacific people. Did you want to add anything?
Well, maybe just to wind back to the methodology thing, to say all the conversations that we've heard today, I think we're converging towards a common set of understandings. When I think of myself as a kind of an explorer of different methodological ideas, and what for me is just fascinating about the way that this wholly Pacific-led methodology that we applied here has brought us towards points of learning that are so recognizable from the perspective of Peter's Indigenous activism work and of Sebastian's ethnographic work. So here we're not doing those kind of recognizably situated academic practices of activist research and so on, which we understand, but we just by embedding ourselves within the traditional knowledge systems and ways of working, we're really validating almost like triangulating. I hesitate to use such a Western concept, but yeah. Yeah, for me also, and it's kind of crazy to even pretend to be taking a pan-global perspective. But when I went from these wonderful events and then moved on to Africa, and then every place I went, I was looking at what are the distinctive ways of learning and the ancestral skills and knowledge practices. In Southern Africa, that was all about tracking and understanding how to live in the landscape as a hunter-gatherer. In the Pacific Ocean, the fundamentals of life are all about living on islands and navigating from place to place. And all of those ways of thinking, knowing, being inform, are so valuable as ways of reimagining relationship with environment and ancestors. The same things that Sebastian and Peter have said.
Oh, brilliant. Well, thank you so much. And, this was, again, such a rich and fantastic presentation. I've also had the pleasure of starting to read the paper that you've all collectively written coming out of these experiences, and it's also fantastic. And so I am very excited for that to eventually be shareable with many other people as well. We now have a bit of time for questions, but first I just want to extend my hugely grateful thanks to all 4 speakers. And I certainly have many questions, but I was actually wondering to kick us off if any of you had questions for each other, just because, again, I just think there was such interesting, as you said, Alan, kind of convergences between them. I saw, for example, Sebastian, you left a comment to Peter Lucas in the chat. But yeah, if there's any kind of things within your presentations that you'd like to explore with each other, I also want to make space for that conversation now, I guess, too.
I just want to say what a privilege it is to be here with you, Peter Lucas. I mean, I've known your work for so long, and so it's just a privilege to be on the same panel with you. To some extent, I almost feel like I mean, nothing that I've said would be surprising to you, because so much of what Billy and I have said, like, these are just everyday ways of doing things in Aotearoa New Zealand. So it's only taking them out of the New Zealand context, and then partly me coming back to Cambridge, speaking in this amazing event hosted from India. All of a sudden, these familiar practices of ours look foreign. Yeah. So I don't know whether you felt a bit like, oh, well, of course, that's how I came to everything that I know, but I didn't really bother to say it because, of course, that's the way we do knowledge.
Yeah, we like with the work that we're doing at Te Hiku Media, it's very much focused on the transfer learning opportunity as well between our sister languages, which of course include the language of Rapa Nui, and our ability to find intelligence in each other's languages, and how contained within the languages are the keys to our culture. And we're very mindful that cultural appropriation today is very real, and so too is the appropriation of data, information, knowledge, and wisdom, and that we look at ways of affirmative action so that we become the storytellers of our own stories. And how do we deoccupy spaces? How do we invite people to deoccupy spaces so that we can find ways to see the members of our tribes telling their stories in new and interesting ways? Partnering, of course, where we get the opportunity to partner. And, I'm not saying everything about big tech is bad, but when we get all these sort of like feelings and get overwhelmed and excited about Microsoft having developing a data center in Aotearoa, and we get excited as a nation that Te Tumu Paeroa, the Māori land trustee, is partnering with them. And we think, well, what does that really mean? And so I think there's lots of questions, and collectively we can contribute to posing those questions to the people that are going to be affected most by those decisions. So yeah, I just want to say thank you for having me, and I really enjoyed getting to meet you, Alan, and listening to Sebastian and Billy talk. All of you, thank you so much.
Yes, no, I mean, I also, think it's just so wonderful to kind of see these connections. I'm just going to read, actually, Sebastian and Billy, the conversation you're having in the chat. I'm just aware that the people listening in can't necessarily see this chat. And so I just think it's really interesting observation as well. Sebastian, if you want to talk about it. So in the chat, for those listening in, Sebastian has pointed about an interesting kind of geographical connection between all the different contexts that we are talking about at the moment.
Yeah, sure. Maybe as an introduction to that, I want to say that maybe one of the conclusions that we can draw after listening to our presentations is that how extremely limited and blinded is the concept of intelligence underpinning AI, because it doesn't acknowledge land relations and how these relations make possible AI in the first place, but also how AI can shape those relations in different ways. So I think that's pretty much kind of central also when it comes to indigenous thought and praxis, right? So I found that really interesting. And on that note, I found interesting that also, I didn't think about this before the presentations, but we're all focusing somehow on in the Southern Pacific region. And I was also, when Alan and Billy showed two little moai statues next to the big totem. Those moais are central in Rapa Nui culture, which is in the misnamed island, Eastern Island, which was misnamed by the colonizers, which was colonized by Chile. So it's now part of Chilean territory. And at the same time, some of us are based in England. And in the English stole one moai, which is now being exhibited in the British Museum. And there are talks with Rapa Nui people in order to bring it back home. But yeah, just making those connections, I think is very interesting as well, to also make more down to earth these kind of conversations about land and so on. But it's been incredibly interesting and inspiring. So thank you, Alan, Billy, Peter, for your presentations.
I loved your observation about the moai. Although Sebastian, I have to say they're not little. They're actually pretty big. Those moai. I mean, the po is huge. Really frightening to be up high on it. The moai are also pretty big, and were carved by wonderful Rapa Nui carvers who came to Aotearoa for that project. What that makes me think about, and of course, the moai in the British Museum is an incredibly powerful object. I mean, it is the most powerful thing there, and it carries with it so many of the violences. So in some ways, it's an exhibit of what has happened in the world. I just want to acknowledge one of our great friends, Maria Salmond, and also her mother Anne. It was Maria who introduced Billy and me originally, and Anne was a participant in our talanoa. They did a great project looking at the concept of voyaging, which is such a fundamental concept to Pacific culture. And they thought back to the times of colonial science, or the kind of as a science as the Westerners called it, but thefts and appropriations, Sebastian, of course, by which so many ancestors and taonga, the cultural treasures of Maori and other people, traveled around the world in ships and came to wealthy countries, but couldn't have their ancestral connections erased. I mean, the fact that they have traveled here, it's the same as when people like me travel. Maria and Anne, in their project, they looked forward to the digital infrastructure and the way that metadata around about museum objects and writing about museum objects, when it travels the world over the wires of the internet, that these are new voyagings, and that from a Maori perspective, that there is no abstraction, there is no data that does not belong to the object it was derived from. So these objects are traveling again. And so that was really a tremendously informative way of making use of the colonial violences that had been done through the theft and acquisition and then the display of these trophies, but thinking again about how we become voyagers when we engage with those objects as academics, as ambassadors, and as real embodied people engaging with real embodied objects.
I think Shuruchi has a question, Kelly.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, I was slightly distracted. It appears all your lights have gone off. I hope all is okay in the in-person room. But yeah, Sruchi has left a question in the chat. So really inspired by all presentations. I was wondering if there can be, or if it's necessary at all, to have a common language of decoloniality for people in geographies beyond Euro-American power centers. I think that's a really interesting question because I think that's something that comes across all these different presentations is kind of like, and I guess kind of the theme of this 2 days of conferences is sort of trying to probe the limits of like these models of coloniality, data colonialism, digital colonialism for thinking about power in tech in different contexts.
Maybe I can say something about that. We were talking about preserving languages and how important it is to keep them because they are ways of approaching the world and so on. So in terms of literal languages, I would say no. We need more languages, not less. But I think there is already a kind of common language when it comes to describing what's wrong. Basically, the idea of extraction, for example, or appropriation. I think that's quite extended as a form of critique of describing what's wrong. When it comes to alternatives, there's a concept that I like, which has been developed by the Colombian anthropologist Arturo Escobar, but also some indigenous people, which is the idea of the pluriverse. So sometimes it's used in a very shallow way as a kind of everything goes kind of notion. But what it really tries to conceptualize is the importance of preserving and acknowledging the different worlds in which we live, where basically for some groups, a mountain can be, for example, an entity with a personhood and so on. So I think if there is a common language or vocabulary that we can use to come up with an alternative for AI or data and other kind of data-based systems, it has to be pluriversal in that sense, in terms of language, in terms of acknowledging the different worlds where different groups live and different land relations that they sustain.
I would just add that, you know, the Pacific overall, it's like a hotspot for linguistic diversity. And whilst we acknowledge that, you know, there is research that says that, you know, 90% of the world's languages, of which there are something like 6,000, you know, that are alive today, will be a memory by 2050 or something like that. You know, whether that's true or not, that is quite a frightening suggestion. And when we think about the home of those languages and the information and the knowledge and the wisdom that those languages represent, we think about what do multilingual indigenous language models that have relationships with one another look like, because we don't have the benefit of huge amounts of data like English or other mainstream languages that have huge amounts of text data and language speakers. For us, it's about solving a data problem because we've got less, not more. And we also understand that our response and resistance and retention of language as a form of resistance is very much is connected to white colonization in Aotearoa and the Pacific, and how that has impacted on families. You know, and one of the most recent stories that we covered in Kaitaia, we're a media organization, that's our data pipeline. But one of the opening statements was from one of our chairmen of one of our tribes, was that I don't want to see another Māori child removed from its home by the government. So I think that is it reminds us how important language and culture is for people, place, and identity, and that these are all connected. And whilst they might be ancient artifacts or objects that have been stolen from these places and, for example, put in the British Museum, we can point to any number of them, or any museum for that matter, whether it's here in Aotearoa. I think what it raises to our attention is the alienation of people, not only with their land, but also with the objects that were carved or made or constructed by our own ancestors. And that, within those objects, people believe is contained an impression, mana, mauri, part of the person that touched them. And I think many people want to be reconnected with those things. And I can understand that that reconnection also offers an opportunity to reconnect with language and culture. So I feel like it is all connected, but at the same time, AI is not, I mean, like, it's the data from my perspective, the tagging, the labeling, the making sure that we got it right, because things will change, but the data is our gold, and that's how we get these things to work with our languages. Because one of the philosophies that we have is do no harm. And how do we make sure that we do no harm? What are our values and our principles? And do we circle back around to the values and principles to be the platform or the boundaries of how we negotiate the return of artifacts, the return of land, the negotiation of recognition of rights and interests? Just some things that I wanted to offer as part of this conversation. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Can I just add in too that the importance of recognizing that decolonizing it's not a metaphor, and that data can't replicate actual return. So the return of a digital replica of a taonga, is a good step and a good thing. But being cautious about thinking that is actually going to be enough as well.
I think that's really important to consider as well in relation to the theme of kind of climate disaster and kind of climate resilience that came up across all the populations, especially when we're looking at, the way that now digital twins of entire islands or nations are now being offered as sort of an alternative in the face of climate destruction. And, and I've worked with a colleague at ANU who kind of questions like what kinds of futures are we expecting, or what kind of are we projecting by offering these kinds of digital twins instead of the kinds of climate repair that are necessary and required. I want to say just a huge thank you to all of you again. I really learned so much from hearing you all in conversation with one another, and I hope that this is a conversation that can continue as well. So if you would like me to put you in touch with each other, I'm really happy to do that by email after this, because I think, again, there were such lovely conversations within what you were talking about. So I'd be delighted to do that. For those who are attending this conference or this workshop, thank you so much. We have now a half-hour break, I believe, but Shangna Kansuruchi, please shut me off if that is not correct, before we're coming back to our final kind of workshop panel for the day, with Raham, Sophia, and Shyam, all thinking about ideas of recentering different kinds of voices and knowledges in their own work and how they engage in that. And then after that, we will have our closing roundtable with some fantastic scholars as well. But yeah, thank you so much again for joining us, and we will see you back at 8:30 a.m. UK time. What is it in IST?
It's 1 p.m. IST.
1 p.m. But yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly.
Ora.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, now I think she can hear us. Can you hear us, Rehan?
Can you hear us now, Reham?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah.
So we are just taking a 30-minute break and then we reassemble for the next session.
Okay, thank you. See you. Bye.
Hi, Rehan. We are just starting in like half an hour, in 20 minutes or so. Hi, hello. Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me, Rehan? You're muted. Do you want to unmute yourself?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So
No, no,
sorry. Yeah.
fine. No, I was just saying that we have like a little break and we are starting in like 20 minutes. So yeah, if you want to take a bit of a break and come back, that's all right. Yeah. Great,
Okay.
great to see
Okay. I was just checking that everything is okay. But
you. Okay,
yeah,
that's great.
okay.
It's always good to be early. Yeah. Great. Yeah. See you soon.
Yeah. See you. And thanks for all these great efforts. Thank you.
No, not at all. Pleasure. Thank you for
Yeah.
joining.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. We're just waiting for the panelists to join, and we'll start shortly as soon as they're here. I don't suppose the panelists are here yet.
They were all at the last session, so I think they might just be coming back, I'm guessing.
To join again, yeah.
So yeah, I think they should hopefully all be with us pretty soon.
Yeah, that was such a fascinating conversation in the last panel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I felt really lucky to get to hear everyone and know they all seem, it's all such interesting insights and research. And yeah, I hope that we can continue to keep everyone in conversation, because I think it's so nice to be able to stay in touch with people.
Yeah, and Sebastian's work was really good. I mean, on the data, it was so thorough, and the field, the ethnography that he's done. This is actually, really there's a lot to learn from that work.
Yeah, he does a lot. His writing is really, really great as well. And yeah, and he's very close by here as well. So when you make it over to Cambridge, which I'm still hoping one day we will meet in person, Strucci, then and Shangnik and I will see each other again. Then yeah, it would be definitely pretty easy to arrange a meeting with him, I think. He's really lovely.
So I wish we could have him in the, in the special issue as well. But I'm sure, I mean, the contributions we have are also really good.
I don't see anyone yet.
Yeah, and I feel like every time I hear people present, I'm like, oh, they're so amazing. I wish they were also in this this colossal becoming special issue. I thought Hai Ching's work was also fantastic, so I'm really excited to read more of her work.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to keep my camera off for this session if that's okay, because I'm just going to eat breakfast at the same time, and I don't think people want to see me eating my breakfast.
I'll say a quick hello, Carrie. I'm back from now. I haven't got dressed and showered.
Oh, okay. Yes. Hi, Alan. Alan.
I've had my breakfast.
Okay.
I'm hoping that so Nick will be joining us later, will he?
Yes. Yeah. Nick will be speaking with Ursula and Sahana at the round table.
And I'm hoping to stay for some of that. I have to go to a meeting, but definitely I've discussed these things with Nick in the past. I did this sort of terrible colonialism as a metaphor thing back in 2019, just looking at the origins of deep learning and of the way that ImageNet appropriated online data. And I make this analogy of the appropriation of sort of things that people hadn't previously understood could be property, and how that turned into this infrastructure of deep learning. So I only found out about Nick and Elissa's work later, but that's when the sort of when the Latin American perspective. I think the same thing that informs Escobar's pluriversal perspective that my students use a lot. So I think just this kind of counter-Western narratives from local traditions of scholarship and resistance.
I think the panelists are all here. Do you want to turn on your videos? Safir, Shyam, and Beham? Hi, Safir.
Hi, and to our, oh my gosh, Sophia, I saw you, Sophia, I think on the one this morning, and I was like, oh my goodness, hello, fellow early birds, Alan and Sophia, who are also on the very early panel. But yes, but no, Alan, I also thought that panel was really, really great. So thank you for getting up very early.
Good to see you, Sophia. I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, Reham, your name is showing as something else. Do you want to see if you can change your name? Like, I couldn't do it from my end.
Okay, I will try to use another link.
Oh yeah, Raham, it's lovely to see you, but also why are you called
Oh, you're
Sebastian?
Sebastian. Yeah, well done.
Oh no, I don't know what it is about this program. Like this has been a running theme for those of you who haven't made it to other panels. We keep being named other people, which is quite
Great.
Let me try.
yeah.
So probably,
Yes,
you know,
there
you
were
join the
5 Sagnik yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like everyone was Shagnik for like day one, and then now everyone is Sebastian. Because I thought it was to do with like the like whoever invited. So I was like, maybe we're all Shagnik because like Shagnik sent out the invite. But then I don't then understand why Sebastian suddenly everyone is Sebastian because he definitely hasn't sent the invite. So
Yeah.
yes, anyway, we're
Reham, I have changed the.
No, I think she rejoined from another.
I am Riham now, but I am
yay.
unable to. Yeah, it works. Okay.
No? Okay, great. Okay, should we get started? Hello, everyone. Warm welcome to the second and the last panel for this workshop. We are very excited. I mean, we've had these very fascinating and stimulating discussions on data colonialism and indigenous approaches in the last couple of panels. And this panel is a tie. We are very lucky to be joined by three very exciting speakers for this panel. And this panel is titled Recentering, sorry, what's the
Voice.
Recentering Voices. And there are three panelists who are with us today. We are very lucky to be joined by Shyam Krishna, who's a postdoctoral researcher at the Alan Turing Institute, UK, and Abdullah Hassan Safin, who is at a Cambridge-based AI ethics researcher, and Reham Hoshni, who is also based at the University of Cambridge and is also an assistant professor at Nanya University. And as you know, the format of the workshop is 15 minutes for each speaker. So without further ado, let's get started with Dr. Shyam Krishna, who's a postdoctoral researcher at Alan Turing Institute and is an engineer turned researcher studying the ethical and social justice impacts of emergent digital innovations. Over to you, Dr. Krishna.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you for all the early birds and people in India managing the heat. I know the stories there, and my heart goes out to all of you. Hope you stay cool. I will just share my screen. Just tell me when you can see it.
Are you able to share your screen?
Yeah, I'm just sharing my screen. Just 1 second. Yeah, is that good? Okay. Yes. I caught part of the first session, and this is quite an honor to be here. Thanks to everyone at OP Jindal and CFI as well for inviting me. What you're going to hear from me in the next few minutes is broadly a collection of different research streams that are kind of getting together as a future research agenda. So I'm happy to engage with anyone who would want to talk to me about that, or maybe advise me on the right direction to take. So big red flag that it's a work in progress, or red seal, not flag. Sorry. Okay, so this comes from my work at the Alan Turing Institute on the project called Advancing Data Justice Research and Practice, which is done as a collaboration between the Global Partnership on AI and Alan Turing Institute, and my own work as well, as you'll see in the future. There are 12 Global South sites that we work with in collaboration, and I hear quite a lot of similarity to some of the work that we've been engaging with in the first panel, especially from Aotearoa, New Zealand, and on the Maori data Rangatiratanga data sovereignty perspective. And I'm quite excited about talking about that to the panelists later. And the starting point for this is, to kind of like pick up on the real estate adage. It's about relocation, relocation, relocation in multiple different ways. It's about relocating the where, geospatially, politico-spatially, post-Westphalian state idea in the digital realm as well, and the when by historicizing what horizons, especially the digital context in AI, the ethical view of AI is looking at, and amplifying those who are disempowered and marginalized. Broadly, this research started with looking at policy and governance, but then we are broadening it into academic arena, and that's where the connection to my own work comes in. So I'm interested broadly in ethical views of AI, but my history has been working on data justice, social justice issues in digital and data infrastructures. And now I'm interested specifically in looking at AI as an epistemic technology or epistemic justice perspective. And as has been argued that AI has epistemic bundling of context, contents, and operations as the core way it exists and is being consumed in popular culture and by experts and designers themselves. So the starting point is understanding who gets to make the knowledge that builds AI and the knowledge that puts AI out. And I've recently been quite fascinated with the overlap between knowledge and power, which is also a strain of research that we undertook in Turing as well. And as epistemic injustice idea says, that the absence of being able to engage with the epistemic nature of AI is about diminishing people as knowers, interpreters, and sources of testimony, who are allowed to be the knowers, who are allowed to interpret the world through data and code, and who are allowed to challenge this by testimonial justice is what I am interested in at this point. So how does that connect with the broader decoloniality idea? At this point, and previous panel and multiple mentions of pluriversalism is very encouraging for me, because it's quite well housed in that thought that I'm interested in the multiplicity of knowledge that can inform AI, the validity that is given, or the pathway to validity that is seen agentially for multiple forms of knowledge, and whether these forms of knowledge can interact with each other and also with the dominant knowledge forms that already do influence AI at large. And one other level of engagement that I would like to have is, what does localization mean in this case? Can there be provincial interpretations for AI, especially in responsible AI? I'll come back to responsible AI a little later. Can there be specific epistemologies that can allow for smaller constructs, narrow interpretations of AI, rather than the planetary global versions of AI that we have, and whether that can be useful in deconstructing the universalist claims made in AI right now. And of course, the third main point would be about decentering, not just decentering the dominant, but also decentering the self in understanding claims to epistemic justice. And something that I've been thinking about, and we can discuss that more, is instead of talking about centering marginalized knowledge, is there a decentering of dominant ignorance of some kind? And this is my words, if it's being used elsewhere, I'm not sure. So I think of the white centricity, the North American centricity, or in specific case of India, the Savarna centricity in creating technology, does inculcate dominant ignorance as knowledge. How can that be decentered by pointing it out that it's not necessarily a valid knowledge form in all cases? So, of course, taking that into specific AI terms, what are the probabilistic and stochastic knowledge forms that are accepted as reality, that are accepted as embodied in AI as outputs and modeling that needs to be challenged? I specifically work on 3 areas on how can data sets be engaged with, how can design be reformulated, and how governance as a meta agential level of instituting policy and instituting regulations and standards for the other areas of AI. How does that bear inclusivity in the ethical way of looking at AI? And I am interested in specifically 2 questions. Who are the epistemic authority in enabling all of this, and who has the epistemic agency? And in looking at what does counterforms like this mean, I see that epistemic authorities specifically hold on to definitional dominance because governance comes still from alternative forms of dominance from OECD or other Euro North American centric institutions that define what AI is at this point, or the risks within AI, and broadly, and including, especially, we've been doing analysis globally on where does governance instruments come from, and of course there is quite a lot of focus on risk from the North American Eurocentric side, and this also parallels the existential crisis or the doomer and the over-optimistic spectrum that we are looking at in a popular narrative of AI as well. And the second area, as I mentioned in about data and modeling, is who has the interpretive control in producing model designs and data sets. Right now, in the global supply chain of AI, yes, there is quite a substantial intervention by human labor, especially from outsourced marginalized workers. But do they get to use their interpretive lens to call out their marginalization or call out injustices to their own portrayal? Right now, that is not possible, because at the next level, I'm interested in seeing why does impact become a gatekeeping functions, that the design for impact is not defined from the community, but still comes from the design, deployment, and investment starting from the top level. And one interesting idea that I've been trying to analyze, especially using the recent debacle of Google Gemini, is that there is not just one central epistemic authority in the current form AI takes, especially generative AI, because of the experimental nature of setup and the decentralized sandbox implementations. It is both building blocks at this, as well as a black box at the same time, in that as an overall entity, it's very complex for people to, lay people within codes to understand what entails generative AI or AI at large. But even at the same time, it is an enabling function for multiple different smaller authorities to be formed within their own context. So agency is taken away from this huge elusive entity of black box, where it becomes eligible for different other authorities because of the experimental nature of how it is defined. For instance, when Llama 3 came out, it took mere hours for implementations to be integrated in other existing AI services. But to actually open it up to discussions of transparency, accountability, or ethics would take years together. And similarly, it's about assuming intelligence for the machine while claiming expertise only for a certain set of people. Both, it's a dissonant point for me. They both cannot exist at the same time. That there is one central idea of intelligence that is artificial, but then to explore that can only come from specific circles of expertise and largely from Northern American and Eurocentric view or dominant views in specific cases, as I mentioned earlier. And in case of Google, I see that there is the claims that people make, the epistemic claims that people make against a specific authority is then diluted, because the problem in Google was not that it was using POC representations, but it became that the wokeness of why it did that, and the epistemic injustice there was not that there was misrepresentation of POC, but that it was pushing ahistorical information where POC for people of color weren't there where they were supposed to be. And that's an unfortunate derived epistemic authority that is given to users of AI. So rather than just Google itself. So I'm interested in understanding how do you confront it at those multiple levels? So looking at then epistemic agencies itself as an idea, I am interested. I identify multiple different aspects to explore. One, of course, is the self-determination and self-governance notion as countering the overarching idea that responsible AI can come from one specific place, but that it has to be internalized in multiple different implementation, and it has to come from the margin, and the representation has to involve sovereignty of data sovereignty of a specific kind, as we were discussing from Arthur Van Nieuwslander earlier. There is an idea of existing political sovereignty that needs to be replicated in data sovereignty as well in most cases. And then, of course, participation and access in design processes is a big issue. And the other idea that came out that I wasn't necessarily thinking of in the first time around was what happens when people don't want to engage in any of this. So what about resistance and refusal? So that is another major line of reading that I'm doing, especially Ganesh and Moss. I'll put up the references by email, circulated by email later if it's required. So based on this, I've been interested in looking at overall, what does it mean to shape AI? Of course, it's not as simplistic as this, and I want to see whether a horseshoe model, however you want to call it, can be of interest. I'm still not sure of some of the terminology, especially accessibility, that it doesn't go on, as you can see on the left arm, it doesn't go just from capacities, then data and design to outputs, but there is an equivalent socio-cultural consideration for each of these aspects, where that has to be a rooted starting point of values that maps to the outputs, and that it has to be built from participation from the margins, and that it has to take into account diversity of lived experience, but also control of their own self-determination, and as we were discussing earlier. And what about recourse when there is no access? How do we identify that? And of course, refusal. This is, as you can see, a more recent addition to my thinking. And what does it mean to think of counter-epistemic responsible AI? Then taking an example of anti-casteism, the other line of work that I'm doing is how do you make caste critical thought and critical humans in the loop being central to this idea of responsible AI? How do you break the circuits of racialized ideas of talents, expertise, merit, however you want to call it, that defines responsible within quotes AI coming from one specific population? How does the expertise come from the margins? How does resistance and positive representation become part of the solution, especially in data? And can both there are certain dissonant ideas that it's something that has to be anti-casteist for the larger population or the dominant population, and but there still has to be solidarity within margins along the same epistemic lines. How can that be engaged with? And I'm interested in seeing whether this can be a starting point for a counter-epistemic community in RAI. So RAI doesn't necessarily come from dominant epistemic communities. So that's basically what I have right now. I'm sorry, I think I've taken like a minute more than I intended. Thank you.
That's perfectly fine. Thank you so much, Shyam. That was absolutely fascinating. And I think that connects quite well with some of the conversations that we have been having thus far, especially with regard to resistance and this whole question of epistemic authority. I'm sure we have lots of questions and discussions as we go along on this topic. So now if I could invite Safir maybe, and I'll kind of introduce Safir quickly. Abdullah Hassan Safir is a Cambridge-based AI ethics researcher interested in reimagining AI, particularly from the global South majority world perspectives. His works have been featured or forthcoming in peer-reviewed journals, including Big Data and Society, Information, Communication and Society, and Cambridge Journal for Science and Policy, and at the same time in top social computing values such as CHI, CSCW, ICT4D, and ACM interactions, as well as in an edited collection on putting data justice in context. And also Safir has recently been awarded the Gates Cambridge Scholarship to start his doctoral studies at the University of Cambridge. And a very warm welcome. Safir, over to you.
Hi, I think my slides are like visible.
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and you can hear me right? Okay. Thank you. I'll try to be like, very quickly go through this slide. Some of the works I will be talking about here is under development. Some of them are already published, but I'm just trying to connect with the today's theme, in the workshops theme. So it might at some places it might sound like a broad brush, but I do think that it will enable further conversations into this into the discussion. So subaltern voices in AI, I think that could that is one way of what the research I'm doing to entitle it in this way. So yes, so I think that my positionality, I should talk about this. I have my lived experiences in a post-colonial society. I grew up in Bangladesh. I was born and grew up in there. So and I also, in addition to my lived experiences, I also have some working experiences at the intersection of digital technologies and their implications on systematically excluded communities in such regions. So this is important because I do believe that researchers' positionality actually shapes the knowledge that they produce. So some of the things that I was doing, I was an engineer, and during my undergrad, I was very much discontent about what am I doing? My environmental engineering background is going to serve the rich and wealthy, and I did think that I was not doing justice for the people who needed it more. So I was more interested in distributive justice in socio-technical design. So these are the conversations that we started initially in CHI. We started with a workshop, and then we tried to we tried to like, go deeper and like, wrote a series of paper, one in interactions and another is coming, maybe Tokai. So the reason is actually to understand that needs and aspirations and like, the necessities of technologies, how these people imagine technology and like how we could like as a designer, like, serve them. So yes, and next, actually, like, I spent some time, like, as an ethnographic researcher with my other co-authors in Rohingya refugee camps. So it was like, understanding their solidarity, leadership, and negotiations, like for the one of the most vulnerable populations in the world, especially at that time when we are doing that research. So this research is actually like, recommended as one of the reading and in Data and Societies AI in and from the margins primer. So why I'm just talking about this is that like I always felt like something is wrong, something is missing. Like it is not responding to the people, responding to the society, the technologies that we are designing in the global north. So when I came into the UK during in at work to do my master's, so I was more interested with that my environmental engineering background and like the literature, critical AI literature. I was interested to see that what is happening actually. Like so, AI for climate action is a hype. So at that moment, so I thought that why don't we look into this? So I applied some of the network like issue mapping approach, which is like network science based approach to see that actually who are the actors in this AI for climate action practice and how do they like creating discourses, how they are interacting with each other with sharing resources and all. So I found that like all of those stakeholders actually except one AI4D in Africa, all of them are situated in the global north and they are actually trying to creating some discourses that actually like the global south stakeholders sometimes uncritically accept. And this AI for climate action, it sounds like something good and they're going to solve solve climate problem using AI, but it actually is not. Like some maybe it's an adds a new layer of colonial harm into this. So this paper is under review. I hope that it comes soon. So in Big Data and Society, so finger crossed. But the thing is that like, what is the problem? Like, so going into the more deeper things like problematizing it. So intelligence as a concept is historically like been justifying European hegemony and domination, which is like argued by Professor Dr. Stephen Cave in our center. So I try to go deeper into this, like how it's happening. So I'm going to skip that because like everyone in AI ethics actually going to like know about this literature, like how the criticism came from different angles, like different like using different point of views. But as Alan is also here, so he argued that these criticism and ethical approaches on a majority basis actually failed to go beyond the global north and Western civilization. So one of the my research agenda is, can we really understand AI and its ethics going actually beyond the epistemological framework or modalities of the global north? So currently I'm actually looking at, so Sham, I found some similarities with Sham that I was actually interested with this epistemology of AI ethics in some point, but I think we took some different approaches. So my approach is the network science based approach again. So I'm applying the bibliometric network, like how that so you can see the rise of AI ethics literature in the last few years, but I'm just trying to apply some of the critical questions or like critical inquiries into it, that how this literature is concentrated into the global north and as a self-reinforcing cycle of geographic imbalances exist in knowledge production process in AI ethics. So this is actually like this I'm trying to show that or reveal that how who sites home and how is this like manifested and how the network is like connected to produce some net, yeah, ethics from actually which reflects the global north norms. So what is the problem of doing this concentrated like ethical point of view from the north? So I'm borrowing from subaltern scholars. I think many of you obviously know that like these post-colonial literature and how we actually like internalize inferiority as a global south population, and some are colonized at some point of the history. So we also like continue to carry that residue of colonialism. So we try we we accept the Western hegemonic standards that this is the best. We cannot raise our voices because like we see that these are the normalized thing, and we actually we cannot resist those. So Gayatri Spivak, as you all know, that the same question, the very strong questions that can the subaltern speak. So she argued that they cannot freely voice on their experiences because either surrounding structure of power inherently denied them the authority and platform to do so, or this structure ensures their voices are never truly heard. She borrows from Gramsci and Foucault and suggests that Western epistemic violence distracts of non-Western ways of perceiving the world. So my argument is that what I'm trying to building on from this literature is that like currently AI ethics literature is also doing similar kind of like epistemic violences, and which is actually distracts the non-Western things, because these are like highly concentrated and people are going to building on those like literature, in fact, and global south stakeholders, even the post-colonial elites. What will be they doing? They will be just copying the things that has been discussed in there and uncritically apply into their context. So what are the problems that if it happens? I'm going to very quickly just see that these are the problems that when we very much focused on the global north-centric AI ethics. For example, that we have a book from CIFI that AI Narratives, which is a very wonderful book and actually incorporate different voices into it. But I was very sad when I saw that only one contribution from Indian subcontinent, which was actually by Satyajit Ray's science fiction. But I argue that science fiction is a colonial construct to understand the perspectives in the global south, especially the South Asian region in Bengal and like the West Bengal and Bangladesh. So I argue that we should look into the folklores, which could better give us insights about how AI narratives are I focused on Monsha, that in Bengali what we say. So it has its regenerative power and worshipped by many in these regions. It's also connected to Igbo culture that has been discussed and things fall apart. So I was suggesting that if we look into this folklore, the idea of fairness and justice in society is deep rooted. We can understand that, and this is much complex, particularly in our context, while multiple actors continue to construct and reconstruct social boundaries, including religious conflict. So this is also connected with our fact paper, which is coming very soon. So where we showed that this is a data set that so we researched about some researchers. So they were when you're working with a data set, which is actually faith-based violence regarding in West Bengal and also in Bangladesh. So there are some ethical dilemma in there. But unfortunately, when this data annotators and the group of researchers was doing their research and trying to make meaning of their work, they were constantly borrowing from Western literature without focusing on their own the resources that exists uh, in the maybe in Bangla, but maybe this does not respond to their scientific rationality or their objectivity, effort to achieve objectivity in their work. So these are so we argue that this is an epistemic vacuum. So that for example, this also have implications in designing from such systems. For example, in another project, I actually tried to understand, recreate one of our prominent artist, which is he's called SM Sultan. So he's a decolonial artist, and his artist is his characters is totally what we mean by subalterns, but they have like a relational, like, you know, Sultan's art is phenomenal. His characters are like, you know, robust, unlike they are portrayed in other work, other, like, you know, artwork in this region. But particularly, I'm just giving one example, simple example, that in this photo, in this artwork, it is very famous. It is showing the uh, climate change effects, or like the flood, which is very much, you know, associated with the history of our region. So here people are like, you know, this aftermath of flood, people are dead, but the explanation is that this is very relational, like men, women, child, which are part of the nature, and they are like interrelated. So I was trying to like regenerate the photo with, like, you know, a DALI, but it was not taking the word death or lying down, because like it is ethically wrong in terms of like how it has been designed. But that is not like, it doesn't mean always the negative thing or something. So it is a very, like, you know, a more comprehensive part. I'm just taking a snippet to understand that how the homogenizing version of ethics, or like, you know, actually keeps an makes an standard so that like we as in subaltern artists, when they try this kind of tools, are actually lost in their those standards. They don't find their, like, you know, their things, or their metaphors, their relationality, or like their narratives into this kind of tools when it is designed. So for us, very quickly, that what are the further research agendas when I'm connecting all these folklores and these folk, like, you know, very artworks, like what could be done differently. So one of the thing is that how data collection, curation, processing has become, like, you know, has been, like, you know, narrated or like presented. It is over-determined and westernized technique, remarkably westernized till that. So we could, like, you know, highlight some of the unique data practices of marginalized populations who live in one of the most obscure territories. So modern data practices can interact with them, and like, you know, like we should, as designer, we should, like, you know, capture those local and historically grounded data practices. So one of the things is that these folklore stories, and like, you know, they actually, like, you know, have been preserved by as oral histories into this region. They actually, there are some communal ways of interpretation of fairy tales, myths, and legends, helps them develop other kinds of rationality and justification. And also this is also visualized through Nokshi Katha. Noksha in Bangla means design, as one of their unique data visualization techniques that encapsulates deeply personal, socioeconomic, or cultural realities of the people within a certain time period. So these all are connected, actually. So I'm just quickly showing because of the time. So these are some of the works done by my co-author. So we are planning to write a book chapter, as also Sagnik said. So these are actually like data curation from the margin, how different kinds of data is, like, you know, is exist in within those community. They own these data practices, but unfortunately these are not actually, like, you know, recognized as data within the mainstream discussion of, like, you know, of AI and data justice, AI and data, and also justice. Yes. So one of the my further research agenda is understanding how this abstraction actually how this abstraction is exist within the community, and how we can, like, you know, connect it to the modern data practices. Is it really possible, or like how modern data can make sense to this community, because they do not understand the graphs and, like, you know, the, say, complex visualizations. But this is not their fault, but the Western scientific culture has marginalized their data systems, but as and appeared as the prominent and the dominant mode of data visualization, as well as data other process of data, including curation and um, processing. So I'd be like, you know, finishing my slides here. So this is uh, a Nokshikatha. tailored by my grandmother. I'm very emotional talking about this. So this is actually like, she was quote unquote, like mostly these women are become illiterate, quote unquote. But my grandmother was literate and she was able to like write. So this was a letter to my grandfather, who was a British subject and had 3 countries in his lifetime, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. He was jailed during the Liberation War in West Pakistan and was contactless for years. So maybe she was missing him, but I don't know. She died before I was born, but it exists. And I feel like this is so phenomenal that she used the most available data artifact or like communication tool that existed during her time, and it still communicates with me. Has been preserved. It has been like visualized, and yeah, it making sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Safed. That was really very rich, and I'm sure there are lots of questions that we can draw upon a lot of the concepts, especially regarding the Global South and what you said about these different kinds of cultural expressions. So we can, I'm sure, in the discussion, bring all of these different threads together. So now I'd like to invite Dr. Reham Hosni, who's an associate fellow at Beaverhume Center for the Future of Intelligence at the University of Cambridge, and also an assistant professor at Minya University. Dr. Hosni researches AI's impact on cultural forms and power dynamics in the Global South, with a focus on censorship, creative writing, data colonialism, and digital feminism in the Middle East. Over to you, Dr. Hosni.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. Are you able to see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. So in this presentation, I will explore the linguistic resistance tactics practiced by Arab users and activists to evade censorship imposed by Facebook on pro-Palestinian content over the last 7 months. This presentation is based on a forthcoming paper co-authored with Muhammad Nasif under the title Disguised Resistance, Language Strategies Against Censorship and Data Bias in the Arabic Sphere. With the advancement in artificial intelligence, censorship tools and techniques have flourished and diversified. However, individuals and groups have devised countermeasures, predominantly through linguistically oriented approaches, enabling them to navigate around censorship barriers and challenge the discriminating algorithms, thus fostering resistance against such subversive endeavors. Censoring social media content, particularly in authoritarian contexts, could be practiced by 3 players: governments, tech corporations, and non-state actors. For the purposes of this presentation, I will focus on content filtration and restricting access to pro-Palestinian voices practiced by tech corporations. This phenomenon was particularly conspicuous in the May 2021
Sorry, did Reham get disconnected?
Reham, are you here? Is this a
Oh,
yes.
sorry, it's a technical issue. I'm so sorry.
No, that's all right.
So I think, yeah, I will share my screen again here. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this phenomenon was particularly conspicuous in the May 2021 incidents that happened in Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood in East Jerusalem, and has since escalated, becoming increasingly pronounced with the ongoing events that commenced on the 7th of October in 2023 and continue to unfold to the present day. The May 2021 incidents highlight the complicity of tech giants like Facebook and Twitter in information control. Both platforms admitted to blocking or restricting millions of predominantly pro-Palestinian posts and accounts linked to the crisis, with the blame often shifted to AI glitches. Are you able to see my slides?
Yes, yes.
So sorry, okay. So the ongoing crisis that started on the 7th of October last year uncovers the systemic bias and double standards practiced by tech companies, specifically Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram. Human Rights Watch described Meta's restriction of the pro-Palestinian content as the biggest wave of suppression of content about Palestine to date, in its report issued last December. According to this report, I quote, between October and November 2023, Human Rights Watch documented over 1,050 takedowns and other suppression of content, Instagram and Facebook, that had been posted by Palestinians and their supporters, including about human rights abuses. Human Rights Watch publicly solicited cases of any type of online censorship and of any type of viewpoints related to Israel and Palestine. Of the 1,050 cases reviewed for this report, 1,049 involved peaceful content in support of Palestine that was censored or otherwise unduly suppressed, while one case involved the removal of content in support of Israel, unquote. This report and so many others are indicative of the significant influence wielded by tech corporations in shaping online discourse and controlling the flow of information. This underscores the power dynamics at play, where tech corporations not only monetize personal data, but also exercise considerable influence over online speech and expression. As a countermeasure, pro-Palestinian users and activists in the Arabic-speaking communities have developed the tactics and techniques of resistance to be able to freely express their views and at the same time deceive algorithms and evade censorship. In the following slides, I will focus on a practical case study to show the language strategies employed by Arab users to distract the biased content filtering algorithms used by Facebook. These algorithms are programmed to catch a black list of keywords, which are predominantly pro-Palestinian keywords. As a result, this type of content is restricted or taken down. So, we used web scraping to scrape Facebook to collect resistance keywords, or what we call resistance keywords in the Arabic sphere in the time period from the 7th of October 2023 or to the 27th of April 2024. We conducted this scraping on 2 stages. The first stage is considered an initial Facebook scraping to gather resistance keywords, because Facebook is not clear about which words are blacklisted. So we needed first to create a database of the resistance keywords, the words that Arab users thought that these words are blacklisted. So in this initial stage, we scraped 21 public Facebook groups which included a total number of members of 779,500, with a total of posts, about 10,000 posts. And we managed to collect 407 resistance keywords out of 302 posts. For the second stage, which is considered the final Facebook scraping stage, to detect most frequently used resistance keywords, we conducted this scraping on Facebook public groups with our database of 407 resistance keywords, with a scraping limit of 10,000 run for each word, and the number of collected resistance keywords was about 3.5 million, and these are the most frequent resistance keywords. The first word here is tufan, flood, in a reference to the name of the process, Tufan al-Aqsa, conducted by Hamas, the attack conducted by Hamas, Tufan al-Aqsa. The second word here is Palestine. Then comes Gaza, الصهيونية, Zionism, Al-Qasf, bombardment, Israel, Muqawama, resistance, Hamas or Hamas. And this is a percentage of the most frequently used resistance keywords in the Arabic-speaking communities based on Facebook data scraping in this period. And we can notice here that the word tufan, flood, took about 21%. Also, then comes Palestine with a percentage of about 11%. Then comes Gaza, Zionism, bombardment. Also, this is the arrangement of the most frequently used techniques of linguistic resistance and their clarifying samples. The most used resistance technique here is replacement, to replace letters with other letters from different languages, or with symbols, numbers, wrong letters in an attempt to deceive the algorithms. The second technique here is division, dividing the words by using dots, underscore, slash, commas. The third technique here is addition, adding more letters or symbols. Then comes extra dotting, adding more dots. Also dotlessness as a technique, and I will reflect on this technique in more detail in a minute, because it's one of the most intriguing and intricate used techniques here. Also, we have the technique of deletion, deleting a letter from the word and joining up many words in one word. So I want to discuss now the dotlessness technique, but first I want to reflect on the nature of the Arabic script, which underwent changes over time, acquiring layers and characteristics that contributed to its visual richness. Initially, Arabic calligraphy was written with plain dotless letters, but it later incorporated two additional layers, i'jam a pointing system to differentiate similar letters, and the tashkil, supplementary diacritics controlling pronunciation. Furthermore, each Arabic letter possesses a distinct visual identity, particularly when joined with others in the script. This photo clarifies the three layers of the Arabic alphabet. The first word here, without dots or diacritics, which represents the old Arabic script. After that, the word with dots, and the third layer here, or the third word here, is a normal Arabic script with dots and diacritics. In contrast to other languages, Arabic is characterized by its right to left writing direction, a foundational feature of its script. This distinctive orientation significantly impacts the overall structure and the flow of Arabic text, fundamentally influencing the composition of words and sentences on the page. Additionally, Arabic is renowned for its rich morphology, characterized by a sophisticated system of roots, patterns, and affixes. This linguistic structure enables the formation of a diverse vocabulary from a limited set of root letters, allowing for the expression of a wide array of concepts and ideas. As a cursive writing system written from right to left with a dense morphological framework, the Arabic script presents significant challenges for current natural language processing tools. Arab activists benefit from the sophisticated nature of the Arabic alphabet and to practice several linguistic tricks to hide their messages and deceive the biased algorithms, as I have just discussed. So, finally, we can say that Facebook wields imperial control over political and cultural life in the Arab world. And on the other hand, Arab activists and users employ various linguistic resistance tactics. This dynamic underscores the dual nature of digital tools, which can be wielded both as instruments of oppression and as tools of resistance. This is a list of references that you can visit if you are interested in this topic, and I'm happy to provide more resources. And thank you.
Thank you, Reham. That was absolutely fascinating. So I have a couple of questions, but maybe we should first give the panelists or the attendees a chance to ask questions if anyone wants to get us started. Yes, if you have any questions for if the panelists, if you want to ask one another any question or any comment that you have on one another's presentations, please feel free to come in. Yes.
Yes. Thank
Yes,
you.
please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, both Raham and Abdullah. I'm just wondering, it's not really a common way of looking at AI data, but both of you have there is a common idea of language, and it's it's alternate representation. And in some of my earlier engagement with LLMs, there is this dissonance between trying to maintain the richness, originality versus bringing that into AI folders data. For instance, Abdullah, you mentioned that it was this is not considered design, or this is not considered data, right? So, but what's the boundary of this being considered data and becoming, becoming part of this whole kind of bulk of what is digitized and what is datafied, and losing its uniqueness. So where is the boundary there, and how do we make sure that, I mean, I don't know, we may not have the answer there, but what are your thoughts on that? And anything similar, Ram, you're thinking about the different forms of language and the different layers that I'm especially interested in seeing whether this evolution is seen in the way AI data is trained, and how it can like learn from this evolution of language in human form, and with whether it will continue to be replicated in data sets.
Okay, I can start.
Yeah, sure.
Please go ahead.
So this development in language in the human form is paralleled with development in programming also, as I believe. For this type of resistance, the linguistic resistance in the Arabic sphere, it was noticed starting from 2021 with the crisis, the incidents in Palestine, and all this conflict. So we as Arab users, we noticed that Facebook restricts reach to certain posts. And at the same time, we noticed that certain words, or we understood, just we tried to guess. We don't have a list of the blacklisted words or such restricted words, but we tried to guess that these words will be controversial. So we noticed this trend that all users are trying to using several techniques. So we depended on big data because Facebook data is considered big data. We have millions and millions of posts of resistance keywords. We have techniques. So it attracted our attention that we should trace this development or this shift or in using language, and at the same time in playing with algorithms, how to play with algorithms, how to deceive algorithms, what techniques those users used. For us as the writers of this paper, we believe that the big data of Facebook, the data of Facebook is indicative, and we can depend on in getting these trends and getting these development ideas and techniques and words.
Thank you. So in terms of like the case studies that I was like talking about in my presentation. So basically what this is not like coming from a very Western notion that like we need to teach these communities like how modern data system works or modern AI works. When we talk about inclusion, we often make these mistakes. We often make these like talk about accessibility and like increasing their skills to learn and teach them AI so that AI can make their lives better. So I'm not like arguing in this kind of stuff, or like I don't like it also. But what I'm arguing is that this community is also have this community have their like own data practices that has been in within their community that has been practiced for like hundreds of years, but and generationally like passed through it. So there is a disconnection between them, and honestly I don't know how to reconnect it. Maybe probably something that I would have to rediscover in my PhD, probably. But what I can argue is that when we suggest like data driven systems or like something so when designing with them, I argue that we should understand their way of data, their way of data visualization, data curation, or data preservation, and also the visualization. That's the thing I was talking about. Like, for example, I'm trying, maybe I'm sounding very very difficult to understand, but let me clarify it. Say, for example, like when we are when we are trying to create awareness regarding COVID in 2019 or 20. So at that time, like, or 20, in during COVID, like if you show some of the basic graphs that has been very much popular in the Western settings, like how the number of infections has been like increasing or not. So if you show these graphs, they will not understand because so they are not so-called like literate or like they don't understand maths, but in their ways they're actually like they have their ways of like computing, like their ways of counting, their ways of like visualizing things. But when we suggest that or prescribe remedies or to safeguard these populations, we do not engage with their systems. So that is actually like when even if when in human-centered design conversations, the users are actually the dominant global north-centric users. They are not, these are not these marginalized people, these subaltern people are not, they do not sit into the place of the users. So I'm just suggesting that when we are building technologies or like designing like socio-technical systems, so their perspectives and how they understand these technologies needs to be addressed and reflect on the design that we do to help them, maybe. Yeah.
Great. I think Shruti has some questions. Please go ahead, Shruti.
Yeah, thank you for yeah, that's amazing presentations, all three of you. So probably I have one question for Reham and one for both Safir and Sham. I'm just really amazed by all three. So Reham, I was kind of quite intrigued when you're talking about these specific visual features of the Arabic script. And also there is there is a extensive literature which already exists that which says that how when we look at using AI models for content moderation, there are certain challenges because certain nuances of specific languages the machine cannot capture. So and also on the other hand, while you were responding after your presentation, you were talking about the playing with the algorithms. So I was wondering, to what extent do you think that a script, like an Arabic script, or it can actually apply to any other non-English script that can actually emerge as a kind of as a site of resistance also. Some of it you actually kind of tried to capture in your presentation also. And are you also kind of suggesting that you're talking about a more relationship between human communication and also machine communication when we speak about content moderation? Is that where you are also heading towards? So maybe you could reflect on that. And I can ask this question now to both Safir and Sham. So again, great presentation, Safir. I enjoyed seeing the data visualization of Nukshikat Parmat, and which many of us have grown up reading. So I was wondering, and you also spoke about this AI design from below. So I was wondering that how, when you're talking about this design from below, who would this design speak to? And I kind of have the same question I might ask to Sham. You spoke about this epistemic agency, and you spoke about self-governance, sovereignty, and participation. So again, who's who how does it actually serve? Who does it actually serve? This model, who does it serve? And when I ask this question to the two of you, my concern also, I'm kind of joining this presentation also from India, where we've kind of grown up in a more liberal space and facing a certain authoritarian onslaught. And so I'm just kind of worried that, when you're talking about sovereignty and like this epistemic agency, how do we ensure that it actually serves more public purpose rather than like, it being co-opted by other, forces, which may not be desirable for a more from a democratic perspective. So I hope I made sense with the questions.
Yeah, Rehan, do you want to get a people going?
Okay, thanks for your question. So for the Arabic language has peculiar features and structures to be written from right to left to has this dense morphological framework and to be a cursive writing system where each letter has a visual identity depending on its location, whether at the beginning of the word, at the middle, at the end. So this makes Arabic language one of the most difficult languages to be dealt with in regard to natural language processing tools. So that's why I find the dotlessness technique is one of the most important techniques here in relation to LLMs and natural language processing, because this is an old script, the first feature, the first script in the Arabic language to write letters without dots or without diacritics. And to some extent, this enables activists in the Arabic sphere to practice resistance, to deceive algorithms. But the sad news that starting from 2021, a number of scholars started dealing with this issue, training the machine on all the scripts, all the Arabic scripts, but and how to deal with this and how to detect dotlessness techniques and such technique of writing new kind of resistance words. But this gives time to activists to practice their activism, to deliver their messages, and also on social media, on Facebook specifically, they are discussing this idea. What if the machine became able to deal with this technique? And their answer is, we will try other techniques, other resistance techniques. So yeah, this specific nature of Arabic language, which is shared by other languages, as I believe, and this opens up new paths, new ideas for researchers in computer science to how to deal with this, how to develop countermeasures. And so this is a very rich and vibrant sphere in activism and the countermeasures. So yeah, hopefully I answered your question.
Samir, do you want to?
Yeah, sure. So, like, as far as I'm understanding, like Riham, Sham, and I actually talking about like similar stuff, like how this current the systems that has been like developed is not able to accurately respond to the needs of the people who live in the margin. So it works in different ways. Say, for example, like Arabic language experiences, like it can the machines are struggling to understand the nuances of the languages, and also but I think that in terms of your question, Churuchi, like the questions about the design, it comes in different ways. It's not about, I have seen like global north stakeholders, they often say that this is happening because of the data sets, the data scarcity, so they cannot feed the data to the machine, and that's why it's not responding. But I believe that it's not it's kind of a reduction, like they are trying to reduce the problem into the scarcity of data, but it's not the whole only the data scarcity. It's all about the data processing that I was also sharing that in the fact paper that we were showing that how like the data work, they want to achieve objectivity and like they borrow from Western Western resources, and they're showing that how the data will be labeled. So it might sound like, yeah, data labeling is a small part of the whole process, but actually this is actually feeding into the whole process, how the data-driven systems are designed and impacting the end results. And as a result, the user, like from our part of the world, when they're using this kind of technology, they don't understand what happened in the process, like how the data AI systems were designed or like things. They are just using it, but they're saying that this doesn't respond to their needs. It's again, they're forced to use this kind of technologies because like say for example AI art tools, or like say DALI or Chat and other art making tools, they're kind of like they have their clients in the Western settings. Say for example, I was working with for another research project with marginalized artists. So they were actually like they do freelancing. I'm sure that there are lots of them in India too. So they want to do freelancing work, and they supply to the Western clients about their artwork. But when they want to go to the art, try these tools, they see that their metaphors, their narratives, and their artistic styles and aesthetics are missing from those tools. So the harm is like double. Like this is removed, their subaltern experience is removed from there, from in the design, and then again when they're forced to do it, so but they're like accepting that they will have to like go through this kind of like Western standards and norms. So if it's possible, I'll just go 1 minute just to show my what I say is a critical design archive. So this is a that I developed this project of about with that human AI interaction as a human AI interaction design project for my research. So there I asked the same question that you were asking, like who's say for example, if DALI says that let me turn your imagination into imagery. So the question was like actually whose imagination and whose imagery. So there are like 4 pictures that I wanted to recreate using this like a DALI. So for example, say if you see this picture, this is cutting fish. This is very close. I think you can understand anyone from Bengali society will be relating to Sultan's work, that how it's like decolonial and it's feminist in a sense, that the women here are like very robust and they're challenging the dominant narrative. But you see that I was trying to systematically develop the prompts, and you see what happens. So it distorts the whole narratives, whole imagination, whole imagery, imaginations of the subalterns. And not only that, it actually like do harm the like producing some weird stuff. So for example, this is not women, and the machine has made the original photo like with all detail in prompts. It's doing some weird stuff. It doesn't make sense what's happening. And then again, it's bringing some like because it's like non-Western doesn't mean that it has to be African or like I don't know from where, like it doesn't understand. So I was just trying to say that that category is non-Western, and it's like same, it's homogeneous. It's a gaze, it's a Western gaze that's seeing everything which is non-Western is like similar. So yeah, so there are some many things to do in terms of design. So we look forward to it. Maybe we could do try to make it more culturally situated and yeah, responsive. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was thank you for the question, and that was quite fascinating to look at the answers as well. And in short, how do you kind of make sure that it serves the right people and arguments of data sovereignty, and make sure that it is democratically co-opted? The short answer is it's not very clear yet. But one one starting point, and I mentioned this, the narrative of ignorance, the dominant ignorance that's kind of like accepted all over, especially, what Safir just showed, right? That there is this idea that when you see a non-Western narrative in any form, language or art or in any form that becomes datafied, that you are able to abstract certain aspects of it and leave out certain aspects of it, and who has control over that is a big question. When something like something showed, I have similar experiments. When something like that happens, what is the recourse to challenging that? It's not very clear. My question on epistemic agency is at that procedural level as much as the cultural level as well. So why can a system that can generate these probabilistic abstraction of culture of hundreds of years reduced into style and aesthetic, but not understand or engage with the philosophical and the lived experience behind that as in any procedural way, any recourse way? The only answer to it, as the prompts showed, is that I can't deal with it because it's too complex for me, mainly because it's too sensitive. I don't want to, as you were presenting, Safir, I was querying ChatGPT without the word children, and DALI is able to generate something, and of course it looks, Western, Disneyfied, however you want to call it. But, when you see something like that, I have the agency to understand it because I've spent like years and or at least months together understanding this one specific aspect. So what happens in a democratic setup when misinformation is constantly spewed out, specific non-rooted cultural information is spewed out, and no one has a way to challenge it. So that's the starting point. It's not that it would be co-opted by non-democratic forces, that even when it is put out, there is no democratic way to challenge it at all. So I think one starting point was that AI companies or any service cannot make the choice of what is sensitive without giving a recourse to how to change that. So they can't just put, I mean, of course, there needs to be, there needs to be an idea of certain things that cannot be shown for various legal, ethical, cultural reasons. But then there must be an equivalent parallel procedural structure where we say, this is why it is a problem. That almost never exists, especially in generative AI, because the agency to kind of create that knowledge, that content is shifted from the human to the probabilistic machine already. And then when it comes to sovereignty and questions like that, there are multiple different levels of ownership. Again, going by some of the visuals that we've seen or similar examples that I've discussed in Google Gemini and all that. There is ownership of data, there is ownership of those images, and there's ownership of the cultural phenomenon. At what level is the resistance? What level is the kind of countering happening? Is a bigger question. So almost always the countering happens from certain dominant group in an epistemic sense that say this is a problem because the data there is not used the right way. So let's just create another socio-technical system to train it better. That cannot be the solution. How do you completely redesign it, undermine it to a certain extent, or just shut it out? We're wasting a lot of compute power by doing these experimental things. It should be possible to waste resources to not continue to do certain things as well. That refusal resistance, as I was citing, what does that look like at a cultural level? That's not very clear yet either, and that's something that I would like to explore. This would then confront ignorance in multiple different ways that is being accepted as knowledge and intelligence. And that's the only way we can like get the word out where certain epistemic stances are being oppressed and never known outside, because the larger idea of what knowledge is in AI takes from the dominant group in a smaller sense. So in India, take I don't know, Indo-European languages, Indic languages, however you want to call them. I am sure the nuance that Ram, for example, was discussing, I'm sure that nuances exist there, but I don't know how much of that is evident right now, how much research is being done, or the larger sense of the political word allowed to be done, and how much would shape the future from the margins. Because right now it's going to be majorly coming from certain groups who have the agency to create the technical infrastructure, engage with it culturally from a dominant sense. And that means that the larger dominant group from North American white European-centric way would just view Indic languages as being this, right? So as long as we can counter it at this multiple levels, at least we'll get the word out. I think that's just the starting point. I don't know how it will end up, but I believe that has to be a starting point. Thank you.
Any more questions or comments? Any questions from the attendees or from the other panelists? Yeah, since we have like 2 minutes left, I wanted to kind of tie together some of the threads that we have been having through the day. And one of the major themes that has come up again and again is this idea of resistance, and also how resistance is staged in these different contexts, be it in indigenous cultures and in these presentations in the contexts of the specific contexts where your work is situated. So the only thing that maybe, this is just a general thought, is there has been a lot of talk about challenging universalism, especially the universalism of Western hegemonic Eurocentric knowledge and its categories. And this is, of course, a predominant theme in post-colonial theory as such. But my only concern is, it relates to, again, one of the issues that Shruti had also raised earlier about whether decoloniality looks the same in each of these specific contexts that we are working in, and what are the power dynamics that are there in these different sites within the Global South. It might be worth for all of us as researchers who are interested and kind of invested in the decolonial project to also think about those questions of what the Global South is, what are the power differentials and structural inequalities within the Global South, and so on. Because, I mean, the Maori instance, for instance, the example of indigenous sovereignty in the Maori context is a very specific history of settler colonial violence and the perpetuation of those forms of knowledge that are generated as a result of settler colonial violence. But if one is looking at who the subaltern is in a context now like South Asia, it's far more complex, and it's not very easy to pin down in a specific context like India or Bangladesh or Pakistan. In each of these contexts, it's difficult to actually categorize the subaltern with any kind of coherency. So, I mean, the political dynamics are far more complicated. And just to go back to one slide from Safi's presentation about the Nokshi Katha from your grandmother, and where she says that your grandfather had witnessed 3 different nation states. So, and all of these 3 different nation states are tied to very different ideas of what a nation state ought to be, and what they are also tied to different kinds of hegemonic ideas, if I may, of what nationalism means in particular contexts. So be it Muslim nationalism in the Pakistan context, secular Congress nationalism in the Indian post-colonial context, or the project of Bengali nationalism in the Bangladesh context. So just putting this out there, and each of these projects, they also tend to produce their own hegemonies of knowledge and power. So that those were just my 2 cents. But thank you so much again for all your rich presentations, and I think they tie up quite wonderfully with the conversations that we are having in the first panel. So we are kind of nearing the end of this panel, and we meet in half an hour for the very exciting closing roundtable of this workshop, and see you all in half an hour. Just switch off the video there and the
I think so. Indian woman? I think this is a.
Yeah, they have their hand raised. Hi, everyone. We're just waiting for all the panelists, the roundtable panelists to join. Yeah, if you have any concerns, questions about joining, please feel free to ask me.
Celestial.
Is this a problem? Okay, I hope it's not one of the panelists. And this is how they managed to do this, right? Did not have rules. What was?
They might have joined.
Oh, that's Nicole. Yeah. Hi, Professor Poldry. I think your name is showing as Sebastian for some reason. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'll try to
Do you
change.
want to? Do you? Yeah. Do you want to try and rename? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think we'll change it. Yeah. And Professor Rao, can I check if you're here already?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Your name is also showing as Sebastian. I'm so sorry. We just changed your name to. Okay, wonderful. We can get started
But
then.
for some reason, I cannot switch on the camera. Is that?
Okay, let me. I'll just help you with that.
Yes. Are we supposed to be there with camera, or is it just verbal?
Yes, please.
Yeah, but you have deactivated it from your side apparently.
They're not able to switch on the camera.
Okay, so just make them on host. Everybody host.
Yeah, you both are ready. So now, not that. So now, the poultry and salad.
Yeah, cameras are disabled at the moment.
I'm just fixing that one. Give me a second.
Okay.
Okay, Ursula, Nick, and
Salad.
Okay. Right now, I'm just gonna change and try to give you all guides to post. Yikes, that's not happening for some reason.
Just try to really support it.
Yeah, let me try to really support my second. No, this is not the case survey.
Yeah, it should show an option which allows you to
Yeah.
post, right?
Yeah.
Should I hold them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Hello.
Sorry about all the confusion.
Yeah, apologies for the logistical issues. We sort this out soon. You want to check?
They're saying there's given dates? Yes, I have given dates.
Okay,
Okay, now it works.
yeah. Professor Poldy, do you want to check? If you can turn on your video.
No, I can't. You are blocking it. It says the host has stopped it.
They're still not fixed it. We're not the host. There is, the host is Big Brother who we cannot see. I think then they're going to rectify this in a second. Still haven't. Did you manage to? Yes, that's.
Still not turn on this camera.
Because police still can't turn on this camera. Still can't. Oh, yeah. Professor Poultry, you can turn on your
Want to
camera.
try now?
Perfect.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. I'm okay.
Yeah, should we get started?
I'm sorry for the, technical glitch and for the late start. And, we welcome to the closing roundtable. And today we are very lucky to have three, very esteemed speakers. We have Professor Nick Poldry, we have Professor Sahana Udupa and Professor Ursula Rao. And we have been having a very exciting discussions for the last, 3 sessions over the, today and yesterday. And so, we are very excited and looking forward to this final session. So I would, request my colleague Shagnik to come in and introduce the speakers. And we have thought about the format. We have 3 sets of questions. And so, we would introduce 3 questions to each of you. And, for each set of questions, we have like 10 to 12 minutes to respond, and then we move to the second set of questions. We have 10 to 12 minutes in total, and if we would request all 3 speakers to respond to the second set of questions, and then we move to the final round, to the third set of questions, and after that we open it up for discussion.
Great, thank you so much. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce our roundtable speakers today. Professor Nick Poldry is Professor of Media, Communications and Social Theory, London School of Economics, and Faculty Associate, Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society, Harvard University. Sahana Udupa is Professor of Media Anthropology at Ludwig Maximilians University, München, LMU Munich, Germany. And Professor Ursula Rao is Director of the Department of Anthropology of Politics and Governance at the Max Planck Institute for Social Anthropology in Halle in Germany. And so with that, I'd launch into the first set of questions. So this is round 1. And like Shruti said, that we have these kind of 1 set of questions, and then we have then we have responses from each of the speakers. So my first set of questions is as follows, which is to begin with, if each of you could introduce yourself and share what brought you to thinking about data and colonialism briefly. And then secondly, there are many different schools of thought regarding colonialism and many different approaches to coloniality in relation to data. How do you conceptualize the relationship between data, digitalization, and colonialism in your work? And thirdly, a key focus of this workshop has been to disrupt the global north-centric focus when theorizing data colonialism and digital colonialism. What does data colonialism look like beyond the extractive policies of big tech companies based in the global north? And yeah, perhaps we could start with Professor Shahana Hudupa. Professor Hudupa, we don't have your audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, wonderful. So I was just commenting that you have clubbed all the three questions, so I might take longer than what I had actually planned for. For each question, I had planned about 4 to 5 minutes of response, but if we combine them all, it would be 10 to 12 minutes. I hope it's fine, but we could always come back to some of these points later. And first of all, thank you, Suruchi, and also Shavnik and others who have organized this and for the kind invitation. Let me just begin with how I got interested in this. Perhaps it's part of our life worlds. I think decolonial sensibility. We just needed that articulation. I've been researching political cultures of media for about 2 decades now. It started with my ethnographic study on news cultures in early 2000s, when print journalists played a very important role in the making of a global city in Bangalore, and different contestations around this making of a global city. And when I was exploring this intersection between urban transformation and journalism cultures, I also noticed that print journalists had started to worry about emerging digital media and how it could affect their craft and profession. And I explored these tensions in my first monograph, Making News in Global India, and I observed that digital networks are also doing many other things. They were already beginning to reshape the conditions of political discourse. So this expansion of interactive social media that happened soon after amplified this momentum around digital networks as new constellations for political participation. What form this would take remained an open question, but liberal technocratic ideology already started to talk about how digital networks could lead to radical enabling of civic participation, especially coming from Silicon Valley pundits. Although digital social media has no doubt offered pathways for different publics to enter and alter political debates, it became apparent in the later years that the democratizing force of digital media did not necessarily portend a progressive future. So now we are beginning to notice that there are darker sides of digital discourse, and there are growing incidents of intimidation, trolling, and abuse on social media. But ironically, abusive exchange had also opened up lines of political participation for a diverse range of actors who had been excluded, or they found themselves alienated from the serious tone of political deliberation and official centricity. So what we see today is some sort of colloquialization and also a bare knuckles approach to political speech. And the analytics of Gali culture, I use the emic term, the Hindi term Gali, to understand this ambivalence and tension. And that particular strand of thinking prompted me to collaborate for a global ethnographic inquiry around online extreme speech. And my primary motivation was to depart from technocentric understanding of populist talk and also leader-centric analysis, where populist leaders would suddenly emerge and they would convince voters to thinking in a certain way. So I wanted to depart from these and wanted to take a closer look at this phenomenon. And in the Digital Hate volume with Eugenio and Peter, we started to center decolonial perspectives in ways to emphasize ethnographic sensibility and also historical sensibility in this field of research. So that brought me to this, very explicitly brought me to the framework of decoloniality and coloniality. And of course, as I said, this has always been part of our praxis about how our own research has been shaped by this sensibility. Now, if I have 2 more minutes, probably I could talk a little more about how I conceptualize decoloniality, coloniality as well. And I will take the final question that you pose later on, if it's fine. Okay, as I mentioned, extreme speech is my primary area of focus for some years now, but also different forms of digital creations. So in a 2020 paper, I approached coloniality as a global unfolding of the interrelated relations of the nation state, race, and market. Because I was interested in to say how these historical continuities of coloniality continue to shape the macro structures within which proximate, affect-intensive battles of words are fought online, and often with very grave political consequences. And what do we mean by these interrelated relations? Modern nation-state relations that mark the boundaries of the inside and outside, and minority and majority. So we see it operates along 2 different axes. Market relations, of course, that anchored the vast diversity of human activities to the logic of accumulation, and racial relations institutionalized and naturalized by colonial power that disposes certain people as disposable and less worthy. So this nation state market and racial relations of colonial power constitute a composite structure of oppression, and the distinctive patterns of exclusion embedded in these relations have evolved and are reproduced in close conjunction. And very importantly, these oppressive structures operate not only on a global scale, because they define the vast power differentials among national, ethnic, and racialized groups, but also within the nation-state structures. And this point came up in yesterday's discussion as well, where dominant groups reproduce coloniality through similar axes of difference. And we also need to consider systems of hierarchy that commingle with, if not are reinvented by the colonial encounter. And here I borrow from Sharika Tirangama and colleagues to understand long-standing systems of hierarchy. So this particular framework allowed me to understand extreme speech in a more holistic sense. And we try to operationalize this critical thinking also in AI-assisted content moderation as a regulatory problem. I'll come to that later. Perhaps we are very eager to listen to our other panelists as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Udupa. That was absolutely fascinating. And then now if I could request Professor Rao to enlighten us. You are muted.
I was just thanking you for including me and for inviting me. It's a pleasure to speak here and wonderful to be on this great panel with Sahana and Nick, whose work I'm reading a lot and enjoy massively. I'm an anthropologist. That also means that I have a much kind of a very hands-on approach, looking at data from citizens' points of view. And this is how my learning about data and learning about data colonialism took place in different steps. It was a staggered learning, where initially I was actually interested only in the encounter between people and the new devices, technologies that were, making people recognizable, for example, biometric fingerprinting or iris scan. And then found myself being dragged deeper and deeper into discussions around digitization, so that I then began thinking about how citizens are related to data and databases, and what is the relationship between individual people and the data that they that someone possesses about them, or that they encounter in any moment when they are opposite of a state authority or any other authority that mediates the discussion with the citizen via what they see on the database. And finally, I started thinking about big data and how AI and big data changes the way governments and administration thinks about governance, and how this then again plays out in structuring the way people live. So that in my own work, data colonialism, or the way I use it in my own work, is different from what I see some other people doing. For example, what I find very inspiring is some people speak about data colonialism as the capture of data for commercial ends or alienation, or a form of primitive accumulation. My own work is really more about colonializing life worlds through data and data practices. So how, with the expansion of capitalism, something that started during the colonial era, namely that we were all rendered visible and things, objects, and humans exchangeable via globalizing systems, unifying systems, these are being more and more refined and more expanded, and then colonializing the way people kind of can live within these worlds. And I will give examples later when we come across some of the other questions in the next two sets. One observation I would like to share, and this is a curious learning I had in a collaborative research center where I was working along with people working in Africa. And this struck me as a huge difference in the way digital technologies were being devised, developed, and also used. And this will, also, have something from there comes a contribution also to the question of data sovereignty, because in Africa, many of these projects, these avant-garde digital projects, are fully funded and often directly operated by global corporations. These sometimes are the big technology companies, but also sometimes development funds, other governments, so that these are projects often very fractured, even more fractured than they are in Asia. In that the government has very little sovereignty over these projects and the multiplicity of these different projects. AI in agriculture is different than AI or biometric for citizenship, or again, another project. So you have multiple projects, multiple stakeholders. They sit in different countries. They are private enterprises, governments, aid agencies, and across this, emerges the fracturing of data worlds and the accumulation of data from Africa that kind of sit in different corners of the world. Now, this I think is very different in Asia. My expertise extends only to India, but of course I do hear researchers who also work in China and in other countries where governments are much more keen to implement and drive these systems themselves, and who also have on their minds the interoperability of different systems. Now, while interoperability is an aim they are striving towards, generally one sees also in India a fracturing of data worlds, which is really interesting. Initially, when Aadhaar was launched, it was supposed to be the single key that gives access to everything. Good, ugly, or bad, ugly, or worse. I mean, I'm not judging it right now, but this was the goal. The goal was to have, a single key that would unlash, a total interoperability. Nowadays, we have the proliferation of databases, numbers, different IDs, different numbers, a health ID, this ID, that ID. Different states do different things. So I think when we talk about data colonialism or colonializing of life worlds, we need to speak not just about unity and and oversight and the ability to surveil, but also ask, how do these words get fractured? How are they broken? And why then can my data sometimes not travel? So these are some of the problems that I deal with in my work.
Thank you, Professor Rao. Those were some very fascinating insights, especially about interoperability and this kind of fractured sovereignty of the state. And now if I could request Professor Nikoldi.
Yes, hello everyone. Very nice to be here. Sahana and I have been connected, I think, for around 10 years, and Ursula and I have been part of the same network, but never actually met until now. So that's very nice. And yes, I've been thinking about social media platforms that Sahana is such an expert on for roughly 15 years. I'm a media sociologist. So of course I started thinking about social media. I only turned to data about 12 years ago, and that really came out of field work on storytelling, where it became pretty clear that how websites manage data was very, very important to the self-expression of social groups, such as community activism groups, that really didn't care about data or tech at all. They cared about community. So I became very interested in that translation of community social goals into data and then back out again when you try and assess whether you achieve your community goals. That was about 12 years ago. And then around 8.5 years ago, I started working with a Mexican US scholar, Ulises Mejias, on what became the theory of data colonialism. And we published 2 books on the topic, including one that came out 2 months ago called Data Grab. So that's my background. Moving on to the question about how we conceptualize the relation between data, digitalization, and colonialism. Well, I guess I don't put a lot of emphasis on digitalization because, of course, it's a necessary precondition for data to circulate very fast and in vast scale. Obviously, if we were still talking about analog data, circulation was by definition more difficult. So digitalization is a necessary precondition, but it's very far from being a sufficient condition of what's changing today. And from our perspective, going back to what Ursula was saying, much more important is the seizing of data on very large scale and the mindset that goes with that. And this is happening in particular, as we argue in the new book, Data Grab, through the creation of data territories, which are, of course, not physical land. They're created by writing code, but they're bounded spaces online under the control of a corporation, which enable the corporation to ensure continuous extraction of data from that space. And platforms are obvious examples of them. We'll probably come back to large-scale AI later on. Now, obviously, you can understand all this in terms of the development of capitalism. It is part of that. But the whole point of Ulises and my work is to say, well, it also makes sense in terms of the long history of colonialism. Because for the very simple reason, which I don't need to emphasize to this audience, we would not have had capitalism without colonialism, without the huge extraction of resources on a global scale by the initial imperial powers, Spain and Portugal, and then England and Holland, which completely changed the global economy and created the path towards building racism into our societies and an extremely unequal global economy. So we call this the colonial capitalist double helix. And another key point is we're saying this has not stopped evolving. Why should it stop evolving? It's been going for 500 years, so why shouldn't we have a new twist in this double helix, which is grabbing data? In other words, grabbing human life in the form of data on a vast scale. But as Ursula says, the implications of this for society are tremendously complex, because we are literally talking about the very order out of which, the very material out of which a social order can be created. The very stuff of knowledge. There's almost nothing more complex than this. So every society, this will play out slightly differently. But global South countries, as we'll come back to, have no choice but to operate in this situation on the terms set largely by the global North because of historical colonialism. And another key point about our approach is that we're not saying data colonialism replaces historical colonialism. That would be absurd. It would be completely contradictory. You say, no, on the contrary, historical colonialism continues in its after effects in the unequal global economy and racism. But there's a new stage of colonialism, a new tool in the toolkit, which is the grabbing of life in the form of data that didn't exist until 30 years ago because the tech simply didn't make it possible in quite the same way. Well, data itself is not a new thing. So I think that's enough from me from sort of introduction to my perspective.
Thank you so much, Professor Poldry. And now if I could request Kerry to maybe move to the second set of questions. Kerry, do you want to take over?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for those really, really fascinating insights. And I think it's been really wonderful to see how your particular pathways into thinking about data and coloniality have also intersected with a lot of the reflections that have been presented across these past few kind of intimate workshop sessions, but also the way that in a disciplinary sense, they've also diverged because we've had people working from everything from literature and art through to computational sciences and methods. And I think having this anthropological angle as well is so valuable. So I wanted to bring us on to the second round of questions, which I guess kind of touches on what we hope to be the main rationale or driving force of this workshop, because the key focus of the workshop has been to disrupt this focus on the global North when it comes to theorizing data colonialism and digital colonialism. And so we were wondering, in your own work, what does data colonialism look like beyond the extractivist policies of big tech companies that are based in the global North? And so that was kind of one large aspect of this workshop. Another that would also be really interested in hearing your thoughts on was the tensions between decolonial approaches to data and digitalization, but also the emergence of new forms of data nationalism in the global South. And so we were wondering how governments and political actors within the global South are responding to the threat of data colonialism and how you see them repurposing the global North's data extractivism to their own political agendas. And then finally, and we recognize these are all very, very large questions, so you could definitely just use them as sort of framing questions and then pick out what you think is most pertinent to your particular work. Finally, we're also interested in this concept of citizenship, which alongside sovereignty have been two reoccurring ideas that have come up across these past few days. And so we're wondering how digital colonialism, data colonialism, and other kinds of colonial extractivism are reshaping what it means to be a citizen in different countries and spaces across the global South. In terms of order, if any of you would like to jump in first, then you'd be very welcome to. If not, then I can arbitrarily pick someone.
I think everyone is very polite, so so let me quickly jump in then. So thank you, Ursula and Nick. It's such fascinating insights into your work and greatly appreciate them. And Kerry, for your wonderful questions. The first question is about how does data colonialism look like beyond the extractivist policies of big data companies based in the global North? And I would just stay with extractivist policies of big tech a bit more, because I would like to highlight the limits of critical language we see today around such policies. And one example comes from our book, Digital Unsettling, co-authored with Gabriel Dattatrian. So this particular example is from the chapter Capture, which is such a strong metaphor. Ursula also mentioned that. So the chapter starts by revisiting the vastly popular Netflix production Social Dilemma. I'm sure many of us have watched it, the docudrama. It highlighted how big tech firms have embedded polarization as part of the business model, and how it's driving democracies to the danger point where animosities are actually hardwired into the business models of mega corporations, and they're not just unintended effects. Definitely, this critique is very laudable because it stirred public consciousness, And I also heard stories that people threw away their mobile phones in panic after they watched the film. So they got scared that a lot of data is now being harnessed, etc. But the film did divert attention from diverse takes of the political economy of digital capitalism and data in particular. At the very outset, by reproducing the white male tech elite as the central moral subject and eventual savior, if you see the story, it reinstated the terms of debate within the European Enlightenment racial paradigm of this reflexive interiority of the white subject as the bearer of the authoritative view of the world, and therefore also someone who has the curative capacity. So by pinning the focus on these well-meaning white guys whose passionate creation has now transformed into Frankenstein's, I always miss that word, Frankenstein's creature beyond the original intentions and control of its creators, I thought the film, despite its title, ironically had very little to say about the social. By the social, we mean the entangled complex of histories, institutions, interests, and mediations that actually compose the actual grounds on which technology emerges and expands, in turn deepening and disrupting the grounds that seed it. And this limitation, we notice that in the film narrative, so don't get me wrong there. So this analytical turn, when we turn to the social as an entangled complex of histories, institutions, interests, and mediations, it opens up a range of questions that liberal elite moral consciousness tends to obscure. And one of them would be vast global disparities, for instance, in content moderation, and pronounced effects of extreme speech upon historically marginalized communities, and the domination exerted within the nation-state structure, and so on. So it goes back to coloniality as a set of interrelated relations. So in other words, this particular analytical approach, what we call decolonial sensibility, helps us to recognize that digital data practices have not affected everyone uniformly in a presumed post-political state of brute oppression. Everybody is not oppressed in the same way. There is vast unevenness in the way data capture affects people. So that's one intervention. The second one, of course, which is quite obvious from previous discussions as well, Nick's amazing work on foregrounding historical continuities. So capture as the modality of imperial capitalism and how it continues to this day as data capture. What we've also done in Digital Unsettling Book with Gabriel is to also see anthropology as a gateway to tease out the tensions and the historical continuities. So how anthropology emerged as a science of the colonizer, how capture, for instance, was the very modality through which the terms for seeing the so-called primitives in the non-West as bounded entities that could be observed and deciphered through data collection, collation, prediction, and modification were braided with the colonial logics of power in the 19th century. So these are the formative years of anthropology as a discipline. And we see striking parallels between how data was imagined in those years and how Silicon Valley pundits talk about observing people in the so-called natural settings. The similarity in the language was really striking. And that is another angle when we bring decolonial sensibility. You excavate historical continuities with precise parallels by identifying precise parallels. And my final point is also about how the post-colonial elite replicates colonial logics. And Shagnik and Suruchi brought this up yesterday very well. So decolonization, as we all know, has also become part of the nationalist project. It has always been the case, but today we see that it's part of national self-imagining. It's revived as a trope for national self-imagining, and it's also a tool for electoral mobilization. We see that happening in different countries in the global south. So there is control over digital networks and infrastructures. There are investments in domestic platforms, and this is also going to be the focus of the new ERC project on small platforms. how national governments are gaining control over social media spaces through different kinds of investments, with a hope that they can exert more direct regulatory control on these domestic entities than their negotiating power with different global corporations that are also obliged to follow certain protocols on a global level when it comes to content moderation, etc. So these are the three different entry points captured as historical continuities and captured also as a form that's now getting appropriated by post-colonial elites in very different ways by direct control over data infrastructure. But also the third aspect, I'll not talk about it now, but I can come back to it later, the role of political consultants in understanding citizens as data-driven subjects.
Perhaps I could go next because clearly I'm not an expert on the Global South. No one thinks I am, and Ursula is. So maybe if I go next, then it will provide a nice passageway to Ursula to finish off this section of the conversation. I just want to emphasize first the importance of the question that you're asking here in the workshop, the importance of disrupting the global North-centric focus in theory. Now, obviously, I'm in the global North. I'm a global North theorist. I can't change that. But it's important to emphasize that I only entered into this work with a Mexican writer, with Ulysses Mejias. He's based in the global North, but not in an elite university, very different from LSE. And he grew up in Mexico. And we were very concerned from the beginning to not to foreground less global North theorists and more global South theorists, whether from Latin America or Africa or indigenous peoples and so on. So that was from the beginning what we were trying to do, although many people still accuse us of being elite theorists, but that was exactly not our intention. And also because of that, we weren't really happy just to write a book and leave it for the rest of the world to take and say we've done our bit as global theorists from the global North. We did set up a network called Tierra Común, which is mainly focused on Latin America. It's true, there are reasons for that, but it's designed to bring together activists and theorists largely in the global South with a little bit of subsidy from the global North to talk about ideas, particularly research in the global South. So, I mean, Sahana's point about the necessity to have these other perspectives is absolutely crucial, because at the core of everything, and this links to what Sahana was just saying, the core of the idea of data colonialism isn't just the seizing of the data, although that's the point-to-point connection that enables us to see that something colonial is going on, because it's like the historical seizing of assets 500 years ago. But the core thing is the rationality that makes sense of that. The sense that we're in the global North, we can write code. Why don't we write a pattern that allows us to create a shadow world, which we're in total control of, but it's close enough to our actual social world that when we think we're just hanging out and being cool with our friends, we automatically fall into that shadow world, which we, the platform, totally control. And right now I'm writing a piece about the early Facebook patents with a Brazilian researcher, João Magalhães, who's based in Holland, which is hard work, but also very depressing, because you can see exactly how they set out this shadow world in ways that in their intent, their lack of self-awareness are precisely colonial. They are absolutely part of coloniality, as Nibo Quijano called it, and yet they are completely blind. They have no knowledge that they're even acting on the social world, because they don't care about the social world. They claim the right to just do whatever they want, blindfold, only looking at the money that's right in front of their eyes. Everything else they're blindfolded to. And this is precisely colonial approach. And I think that's the core of our approach, and it exactly fits with what Sahana was just saying about the social dilemma. Where does that leave us in terms of the policy possibilities of the global South? Clearly, we need new voices in the debate about policy on data and AI today. We desperately need them. At best, we have a rivalry between Chinese perspectives based around an intense view of social order and maintaining social trust, but with a form of surveillance and power that few of us will be comfortable living with. And we have the American neoliberal approach, which is blind to almost everything important that's going on. And we don't yet have a fully developed African alternative. As far as I know, a fully worked through Indian alternative or Latin American alternative. There are things going on. Chile was the first country, Chile and Latin America, the first country to pass a law embedding neuro rights, the rights not to have one's brain directly interfered with by social media or anything, into their legal system. No other countries yet followed Chile, but that's a big step. Brazil is looking to pass an AI Act at the moment, very much following the European AI. There are important developments, and African governments have met in February to discuss AI policy. But at the moment, we don't yet have a fundamental challenge in the global South to the dominance of global North policy. And it's desperate we need it. And we also need more and more to listen to activists in the global South. And that's what we try to do in the final chapter of our book. There are lots of examples in there. The question about what data colonialism means for being a citizen in the global South, well, obviously, I'm not entitled to talk about that. That will be a colonial view. The only thing I can say is that as we rightly look for alternative perspectives and celebrate activism in the global South where we do find it, as we have to do, it's a way to disrupt the debate, which is still dominated by the global North. We mustn't at the same time lose sight of the tremendous force of global big tech in every society around the planet. Their ability to set the terms of discussion is extraordinary. That doesn't mean to say there are limits to the dominance. Thank God there are. Thank God there are. But nonetheless, this is a tremendous force. And it means that unless we start effectively resisting that force from everywhere on the planet, including the global South, with solidarity between activists in the South and North, unless we start doing that, then more and more of the world will, as Ursula said, be colonized. This is a progressive change, of course, because the capture is the initial colonial. The colonization of space is much longer term. But unless we resist it, we will see a world where convenience is basically substituted by big tech for any possibility of freedom anywhere in the world, however you define freedom. And that is the core message of our previous book, The Cost of Connection, where we delve into philosophy more. And when I say convenience, I mean convenience sometimes for us, but always for business. And very often for government too, working in a sort of sometimes relatively obscene partnership.
Thank you, Sahana and Nick, for giving me such a rich body of thoughts that I can already build on. And I want to connect directly to this idea that we cannot go beyond, or there is a continuity of colonial regimes. And regardless of how we think and from which corner we think, South or North, or any kind of specific location in this world, we will not escape the overarching colonial logic. And I think this needs to be kept in mind. And this needs to be kept in mind because one can distinguish between who possesses data and how data is formatted. And the way data are formatted, these are increasingly global standards, and they are often set in the global North. Even if governments or smaller citizen groups own their own data, they will own the data in forms that are existing because programmers and global think tanks have created these styles of thinking about life in form of data. And this is where I connect to what Sahana said, is that what we used to see during the colonial era, namely the making of census and surveys, that these formatted the way we could think about people, about life, about citizenship, about subjecthood. With the growing colonializing of life through data and ways of thinking through data about life, there's a function creep that extends this logic into more and more and more areas of life. Now, we may take the Sustainable Development Goals as one example. There used to be, when there were still Millennial Development Goals, kind of very broad goals. And then they became more and more and more specific, because this is indicator-driven development, in which it can be counted what it means to have the good health of a woman, or the realization of rights of citizenship, which is then counted on the basis of how many people have an ID, or how many hospitals are there, for so many and so many mothers. And then what happens, and the only way to resist this, and this is what I want to say in your third block afterwards, is making stories count. To allowing a reality to be reality and unfold beyond the truth of data. What if your story counters or is different from what the data says? And how can I make my story count? I think this is very important. And this is where we break through the logic of data colonialism. And then it doesn't matter whether it comes from the global north or from governments or from any other body that holds power. And this is related to questions I want to discuss in relation to your last question. What does it mean to be a citizen in the era of data colonialism? There are two things that I have thought about a lot and written in my work. This is the question of transparency, and relatedly, the question of invisibility. Now, transparency is a global value. Lots of governments strive towards greater transparency. Now, when you see with the increasing reliance on digital data, transparency is increasing, but not for everyone. Transparency has a direction. There are people who see lots and lots of people who see nothing. Lots of people who sit behind the dark side of the screen, who sit on the opposite, where they do not know what's on the screen, would not know what collated data look like, cannot break these data through these data silos to see kind of what are these data made of. Whereas those people who are authorized can see not only the aggregated data, but can also go through the details and see behind the aggregated data, individual districts, individual people, individual streets. And transparency has become a form of power. Those people who can see a lot and those who cannot. There's no absolute transparency, but transparency, it has become the power game. This also means that there are new forms of invisibility. With the notion of transparency, and that with digital data, everything can be known by those people who have access. We create a shadow world that exists, and that is just simply not being recognized because it cannot be imagined. It's beyond the imaginable. When I believe that my kind of data center tells me everything, I have no need to go out there and look what's actually happening. This can be very different from what is represented on my screen. So there is not only a new form of invisibility, but an ideology that prevents the fact that we recognize that there are things that are rendered invisible. So another form of resistance is to insist that wherever you create a positive, and this is now, kind of active, not positive in the sense of against a negative, a positive world of knowledge, namely data knowledge, you will create the shadow world of what you are not knowing. And it's this which I think, so a decolonial approach, also in the way that Nick is doing kind of in collaboration. I think lots of us are trying now to work in collaborations, especially when we from the global north and come with a particular burden and a particular perspective, and also with a particular tradition, and from the centers of knowledge, power, and knowledge and power. How can we make use of also the affordances of the digital era to make stories heard and make stories count? And this is what I'll talk about later when we do the third round. So.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And I think, again, really interesting overlaps between what you're saying. And we've got a question in the chat, but I think, Sriti and Shagnik, shall we keep all questions for the end and move on to the third block now? Rather than taking questions now? Okay, well, in that case, I will hand back over to you for this final set of questions.
Yeah, so we come to the third and final round of questions. After that, we can have, we can open it up for questions as we discussed. So in the final round, we actually focus on 2 points. One thing is the issue of the elections and actually the role of generative AI in political communication. That actually Sahana asked also in the yesterday in one of the question rounds. And also the issue of resistance that also some of you are speaking about in the previous, discussions that we have been having just now. So I just want to ask, bring these questions to the forefront. This year, as we know that, colloquially, we've been calling this as the year of elections because so many elections are taking place around the country. And we see the role of generative AI in political communication. And also there is a potential threat that this poses to democracy. So, how does this affect context in Global South, especially considering that the vast majority of AI companies are actually based in the Global North? So this is one question, and we finally come to the issue of resistance. And Professor Rao was just talking about about stories and stories counting, but we want to kind of draw your attention to social movements and civil society groups and their responses to different forms of algorithmic governance and control. I mean, we would invite you to share your observations and reflections on this in the in relation to data colonialism. And finally, what does data justice look like to you? And maybe I can add one more thing. We have been debating that in the past few rounds, that what can be the language of decoloniality, like if we are to think about it, and that's something that we have been deliberating in the other panels also. So yeah, I mean, with that, I would request the panelists to come in. So maybe we could follow, reverse the order a little bit. We could kind of start off with Professor Ursula Rao, and then we can go on with Professor Sahana, and then Professor Holdry.
Thank you, Suruchi. This gives me an opportunity to connect to what I said before, namely that I wanted to talk about how do we make stories count. And I know very little about elections, so I will elegantly ignore the first question and leave it up to Sahana, who is an expert on this, to speak to it later. And I would like to ask, what does it mean to think in terms of data injustice or data justice? And there's 3 things I would like to mention in what I see as signs of resistance that for me are encouraging. One is that, and this is a personal experience, and it speaks in fact to what we're doing here today. I have found that with the increasing ability to have digital conversation anytime with these new tools that we've all now got used to, like Zoom or Cisco or also other providers, that it has become much easier to work together globally in collaborations and do so by regularly conversing with each other, which I find makes it creates a much more creates at least a condition for a much more democratic conversation that involves people kind of from different places. And this is something encouraging for me. And one of the things that we are trying now, and this is my second example, is a website that brings out stories from field work. Now, what happened is that I've been working together with an NGO in Delhi that have collaboratively with us kind of worked on questions of health and healing in India. And because for my project, initially, I needed data on kind of, how people experience, what was the health experience. I recruited people to kind of help me and find out and lead interviews, qualitative data collection, and come up with different stories. And I found that, they were writing really, really, really very well written, refined ethnographies. And I was stuck with them because I felt if I was using them for my own books, this would be a form of colonialism. It's not fair. And it's not fair for two reasons. Firstly, I would be appropriating them, even if I mention these people in the footnote. And secondly, because I think that by integrating their writing into the logic of my argument, I prevent these stories from speaking on their own and for what they have to say. So we entered into a collaboration that became much more expansive, in which we are now very soon will be going live with our new diaries that speak in different volumes about the shared data collection, in which these stories stand on their own, while they are also through hypertext connected to different themes and also to analytical text by scholars and methodological reflection. So in other words, we are trying to build a knowledge resource that allows these various ways about thinking about the social to exist not only next to each other, but also folded into one another. So that, in the hypertext, you can zoom in and out, see more details, see someone's stories, read someone's story on their own account, or see how this has been used kind of in an interpretation of an academic text. And for me, this is a form, this is an experiment in attempts at some form of data justice, where we, kind of use these new technologies in order to find different ways of telling stories and telling thick stories as opposed to thin stories, which are these kind of quantitative stories that we usually encounter in these accumulated kind of databases which accumulate data. Which then brings me to my third point, which is citizen science. Citizen science, I find an interesting format because it allows not only a more collaborative form of data collection, but also because it allows more people to think about what is the data that we actually need to collect. What are the kind of things that we are noticing? What are the things that ought to be noticed and that ought to be kind of counted and collected and told and retold? So for me, the revolutionary element in data and in citizen science is to think about data curation from the very beginning of collecting data. What kind of data? For whom? Who is interested in this data? What kind of data is this? Why do I want to share it? Whom am I sharing it with? And while we are having these discussions, we are not only generating different type of data resources, but we are also kind of creating new logics by which we can think critically and also critique existing data regimes. So for me, these are the fractures in the systems the breaks in the systems where we can kind of begin, seeing some cracks that help us kind of think through this hegemonic logic that is so persuasive and so all-encompassing that sometimes it's difficult kind of to step out of, because these logics so kind of fundamentally organize the lives in which we are embedded, kind of we need to be the spanner in the wheel, in order to kind of just make this stop and allow space for thinking differently.
So, I mean, maybe Sahana, you could come in with your response.
Thank you. Nick. I will go back to Nick's concerns also. And Ursula, I will definitely jump in on the election question. So the very first comment I would make is our own positionality. I think this comes up often when we embrace decolonial thinking. Who has the right to take this language, etc. But in that regard, I would say that our positionalities are all differently corrupt and complicit. So I think being in the global north, I come with a certain positionality, very different sets of privileges back in India as well. And I think that reflection also directs us in certain ways. And we navigate the digital and decolonial thinking with very keen attention on our own possible complicities and privileges. So I would just want to put that on table. And now about elections. Political consultants and digital influencers, I think, are a huge player today in election politics. In fact, when I was conducting field work, I was quite surprised to see that commercial political consultants we interviewed invariably invoke the word data, right? And among these campaign strategies, the buzzword is data tested. So often the word data itself comes with the symbolic weight of certainty. So within these large political consultancy operations, data tested means a very sophisticated multi-unit structure of political intelligence gathering. That's what they call it. Data analytics, content creation, and dissemination. So different units are brought together, and they have, like any other professional organization, they want to streamline different flows of data to make sense of how voters would vote in the next upcoming election. So it's also very instrumental. But in terms of how the practicalities of this so-called political intelligence gathering, we see that these consultants are very active in gathering different strands of data, social media traces, telephone numbers, neighborhood morphologies. They can go to the booth level. At the booth level, they can also gather religious, caste, ethnic, gender data. They conduct surveys, they conduct panels, and they also say they conduct ethnographic studies. So I was really surprised. And also, of course, the different kinds of epistemologies that are entering this space of political consultants. So what I have understood with these practices, I call them shadow texts using Zubov's terminology, but they are patchworked and discontinuous, and they occur in political party spaces. And I think we have to go back to anthropological understandings of data. Data here does not emerge as a universalizing epistemology. And I think anthropologist Rachel Douglas-Jones, Antonia Walford, and Nick Seaver have given a very good framework to understand this. Data's multiplicity and particularity in diverse local worlds. And they also talk about how we need to pay attention to different ways that data is talked about and done. I think it's a great analytical step for us, especially as anthropologists. How do these political consultants, for instance, talk about data? And how, through data, they enhance their own professional standing and offer these services for digital influence. But I also talk about the other side of this. Precisely through these data practices, we also see the emergence of a shadow sector of dispersed digital influence operations, and these are bottom-up and variously incentivized networks who are incentivized to ramp up inflamed rhetoric. So this is the so-called unofficial wing of digital influence operations. And therefore, I define that also as a shadow that follows but does not have the status of the body. So this is how I conceptualize shadow politics. I think this is going to be much more important around the global south. We see already AI-generated audio and video voice messages in Brazil, how they use this for WhatsApp political campaigning. We are now talking about AI-generated profile pictures. In fact, the world has moved far ahead. The right-wing political party, AfD, in Germany, has created scenarios where certain populations are depicted as problem makers. So they recreate those scenarios using AI, claiming that this is a real incident. And I was also quite surprised to see AI-generated images in AfD campaign, where the ideal voting subject is, of course, a white person, female, etc. So they reasserting the imagination of an ideal citizen through AI-generated scenarios and profile images. This also speaks volumes about where we'll land in terms of election integrity. So in terms of regulation, I would say, of course, there are so many different things that we have to do. Transparency, a key term that Ursula introduced, is important, especially in election spending. This is happening in some global countries, global south countries as well. And also provenance of visuals. Companies are responding to that, labeling of content, and there's also different ways of reducing the velocity by limiting the number of forwards, for instance, and different other mechanisms. And in our case, we have talked about people-centric perspectives in content moderation, because labeling, changing weightages, fine-tuning the models, all these are epistemological practices. So category building and labeling is our point of entry into AI systems. And we have talked about ethical scaling as a way to forward people-centric perspectives. But the final point I would like to make is also how some of the regulatory frameworks in the global north are also getting replicated in the south. It was mentioned earlier how Brazil, for instance, is using some of the frameworks of EU AI regulations. And definitely many other countries are also doing this, but we need to be careful about how the global north sets precedence in the regulation space that often gets replicated for repressive purposes elsewhere. And that we need to be constantly be aware of. Yeah, I'll stop there.
So, Nick, probably, I would request you to jump in.
Yes. Well, I don't have much to add on generative AI in elections because Sahana's the expert on elections, except I've got a book coming out in the autumn about the impacts of social media platforms generally on political polarization, and why in some way we have to dismantle them and build better ones, because we have no hope for political solidarity with the social media platforms we've got. But it all comes back to the fundamental issue of the business models of social media and the profound arrogance that underlies those business models, and that also drives the form that generative AI at the moment is taking as something that's being imposed upon the world as something we just have to get used to. This is the new form knowledge is taking. And yet what is actually going on, because data is always about governance, governing people, what is going on is a transformation of how we define knowledge in societies today. There's nothing more consequential than that. And this is, even though it affects all of us in every country in the world, it's being dominated by the position of one small set of companies, which have control over the investment, control over the data infrastructure, and control over the marketing to push platforms such as ChatGPT out into the world so that they become the norm for everyone. So it all comes back to this question that data is about governing. And therefore, if we're thinking seriously about resisting this expansion, we have to, as Ursula said, in our own research, be very careful not to replay in a much smaller scale those forms of dominance. In the Tierra Común community, we've tried to do that from the beginning. We meet together as much as we can. We try always in our conversations to avoid being centered around global north discourse. We've tried to write together a collective book. 10 of us ended up writing it, which presented a perspective on data colonialism, but each voice was kept distinct. And it's available as a manual, a practical manual on data colonialism. It's available as an online open text. So we've very much been thinking about the same sort of academic practice issues that Ursula was talking about. And I think they are very important in doing this work seriously. And I know Sahana's been doing that as well in her work. Just finally on data justice, what does it look like to me? Well, we've had a lot of talk in the past 5 or 6 years about data justice in quite a narrow sense as algorithmic justice. Obviously, algorithms create injustices. We know why, we know what they look like, we know they need to be dealt with. There's no doubt about that. But I don't think that we will ever have anything remotely like data justice on a larger scale unless we completely overturn the way we think about data itself, so that it no longer becomes a tool of governing, so that it's the plurivalence of data truly is allowed to be what it is. And here I go back to Quijano and his argument about coloniality was not, and resisting it, was not to end rationality. Why should any of us, particularly in the global south, give up on the tool of being rational? No, it's about a different type of rationality that allows many voices, a plurality of perspectives on rationality. That's what decolonial thinking is truly about. So that means we have to bring into the space of data and the uses of data social uses, social purposes, which are plural, which are open to continuous negotiation. This seems to me the key. And even as one makes that claim, it's so obvious this is exactly the opposite of where we stand in relation to data today. Data is being used as a tool of governing us, where the global north governing the global south. And unless we insist that data is about knowing ourselves, it's about knowing our space, about creating a space in which we can better live together. That's why we need better data. Unless we change the fundamental terms of traffic of this debate, we will never get anywhere close to data justice. So that's what we have to do as researchers and as citizens and as people supporting citizens in other parts of the world.
We have actually one question. So I just read out the question from one of the attendees, Lipika Kamra, thanks for the insightful comments. In addition to Kerry's question on responses of governments to data colonialism, how would we interpret the politics of internet shutdowns in the global south within a larger discussion of data colonialism and data sovereignty? And since they have become increasingly common in countries across Asia and Africa. So may I request the panelists to respond to this question. So yeah, one of you, maybe you could join.
I can get us started. I mean, I'm not sure it's easy to put internet shutdowns in the context of data colonialism because it's a very old-fashioned technique of government. It's no different from shutting down the public square. It's just shutting down the space where people are. It's a very old technique of government. The Indian government, and I had a master's student do a dissertation on it last year, the Indian government used all sorts of pretexts for why it needed to close down Kashmir and this internet space, but they were obviously just pretexts. It was a transparent political strategy to control activism in Kashmir by literally closing down the space in which activism was possible. Nothing more or less than that. But it does go back to the broader issue of data sovereignty, which I think we touched on, but maybe could say a bit more about. We had a question about the conflicts between data sovereignty and data colonialism. Data sovereignty, on the one hand, is potentially a very important idea because we do want countries outside the global north to say, hang on, we want some say in that debate about what's happening to the data generated by Indian or Indonesian citizens. So it's a tool, as a bargaining chip in that bigger geopolitical debate. I would want to support it. And Ulysses and I have part of a movement calling for a new tech third space, of which data sovereignty will be part of it. However, of course, in the hands of repressive governments, would want to close down space itself and want to use all the arsenal of data infrastructures to control and surveil their populations ever more, we wouldn't support data sovereignty. It's an extremely dangerous tool. So again, data sovereignty itself needs to be reinterpreted from the point of view of actual communities. Yes, I do want communities to have sovereignty over their own data. And I maybe want nations sometimes to insist on their government's power vis-a-vis, say, American or Chinese power. At the same time, in the hands of most national governments, data sovereignty is an extremely dangerous thing.
So
I would probably quickly add, I think Nick has covered the ground already. It's old-fashioned repression. And one practical detail about this is also that when governments shut down the internet, they're also shutting down a wide variety of activities that are critical for its own legitimacy and for different economic activities. That's why Zuckerman talked about cute cat theory of internet regulation. You are probably also antagonizing publics by taking away what is taken for granted, because they can no longer search for cute cats in his theory. So you politicize people, antagonize people by doing this. So that's one of the implications. But we see increasingly that internet shutdowns have become the norm. And one way that decolonial thinking can help us is precisely how colonial logics are replicated by the post-colonial elite to shut down certain kinds of voices. So, thank you.
Just to add that I think internet shutdowns are the various obvious forms of authoritarian intervention. I think much more effective and much more difficult to notice are indirect forms of silencing certain sides and kind of directing traffic, which is something that remains much more difficult to perceive. A shutdown, you know that something is being happened and something is being prevented, and you are being prevented from doing certain things and having access. People will try to find other ways of working around it. But when you don't even notice that you're being shut out from something, that is much more effective and much more devious.
So do we have any other questions from the other panelists or from Kerry and Shalini? Any other questions? So yeah, maybe some observations from our end, Kerry.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say again, thank you so much for the way that you've so thoughtfully engaged with the questions, but also with each other. And I feel like this is the perfect way of wrapping up a lot of these different ideas and themes that came across out of the different talks. So for those of you who couldn't make it to the previous workshops, these workshops spanned everything from AI and geopolitics politics to news and disinformation, through to thinking about different kinds of Indigenous data sovereignty practices and remaking technologies through critical design practices, through AI in and from the global south. But I think what's really united so many of these talks is a combination of both kind of like a deep critical appreciation of the immense harm that a lot of new technologies are invoking in these different spaces, but also I think this undercurrent of hope or kind of this meaningful desire for like a radical transformation and a lot of really practical work towards that, which I think is really wonderful and I think is just so important in this space where it can be very easy, I think, to become sort of completely stopped in our tracks by the kind of overwhelming horror or pessimism around the encouragement of these new technologies. And so I felt like also your roundtable kind of captured a lot of those feelings as well. I know something that we're really keen to come out of these workshops is for this to be an ongoing conversation, because I think for all of us, we've seen this as a really wonderful opportunity to not just get to learn from you all, but also to be in conversation with you all. And so one of the driving factors behind this particular set of workshops is a special issue that we're currently editing, of which Sahana is a contributor, but also many of the people presented their work in progress over the course of these workshops. So that will hopefully be out, I mean, realistically, probably in a few years, given the scale of academic publishing, but it would be very nice to continue this conversation sooner than that. And so if you'd like, I'm happy to share the emails of other people who've participated in the conference or other people on this roundtable with you all so that you can stay in touch. But yeah, I mean, really, my main comment or concluding thought is just a sort of a deep appreciation for all the research and ideas and thoughts that everyone shared with us over these past 2 days. Shagnik Lasarucci, do you have any closing thoughts for either the roundtable or the workshop as a whole?
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe I could request my colleague Lucia to just say thank you from our end.
Hello, hope you can hear me. No, we're not muted because we're on that Jabra mic.
Yes.
Thank you for this wonderful session. You haven't been able to see me because I'm behind the laptop, generally pinning people and unpinning people and so on. And thereby contributing to the data economy. There are many things I have learned from this conference. One was, of course, the idea that data is not just, is not something abstract. Rather, it involves an extraction of real resources, lithium, water. And one of the many ideas that have come about is, why don't we take our students for a field trip to show them how data is actually stored and show them how water is used and how this could be a very direct way of data colonialism, where it's not just our, our lives which are being grabbed, but also our real resources in terms of water and lithium, and how those can bring in gender components. Talking about gender, I really appreciate what Ursula said about new forms of invisibility, and also what Shana was saying about the shadow economy that comes about when we start to look at data. Feminists for a long time have been asking for inclusion of women's work as in data sets across the world. And India is now contributing to time use data sets as part of our public, data sets that we have. And India for a long time has had a history of collecting data and trying to create data subjects as part of its modernity project, which has had all kinds of implications. But one of the many things that I have been doing now is, looking at time use data and wondering how much time do women spend doing housework, how much time do women spend on self-care, and thereby also trying to win back our voices, and tell our own stories where data does not tell our stories. And Nick earlier was also talking about how to get our voices back essentially and fight back against and basically develop new forms of rationality. I think that's something that as academics, as students, as scholars, we have to start investigating that how to develop new ideas of rationality.
So I think, yeah, that's a kind of great observations, and we would like to thank all the panelists and, and for this panel, Ursula, Nick and Sahana, thank you very much for attending. It was a really amazing discussion, and we would like to take this conversations ahead. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank all our participants in this two-day workshop. It's been incredibly rich and we have had some great presentations. And I'd like to thank Kelly for kind of doing this with us and the Cambridge Center for the Cambridge Center, Eva Hume Center for the Future of Intelligence, as well as the Jindal School of Journalism and Communication. All our colleagues in both of these institutions have helped with organizing this workshop, and I'd particularly like to thank the AV team at Jindal Global University and all the other administrators who have worked very hard to put this conference together, to put this workshop together. And I hope we can all be in touch and continue these conversations. Thank you so much again for joining us.
Bye.
Bye, Alan.
Bye.
Yay. Well done, sir. I've got to run and catch a train, but this was really lovely, and I'm very excited to debrief about it with you both after.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for
I thought it went pretty well. I mean, without any major disruption.
Apologies for the occasional IT glitches.
No, that's like canon. That's very expected. I think in any hybrid thing. No, thank you so much for handling all the AV and everything. I thought people's presentations were just so good. So I'm excited to like digest it all. But yes, thank you so much, all of you, for all the help. Right, I'm gonna head off.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Yeah.